Welcome back, everyone, to the Osumania 4Key World Cup 2025. We're here with some more round of 16 matches, and we've got a pretty exciting block lined up just here. First off, starting with a bit of a classic matchup in recent years, South Korea versus the Philippines coming early this year. I am Potassium F, commentating alongside Patraraj. How are you doing?
Hi, it is quite something to be commentating South Korea versus Philippines in the round of 16. It is not a matchup you expect in the round of 16, but here we are. South Korea versus Philippines. Teams that have changed over the years, but have maintained kind of a core of themselves. Lively Peninsula used to be known as Silwiska Els, for those who are not aware.
Also known as Bulma Gamer PH76 or something like that.
Yes, the most important nickname.
Very important to remember that one, of course. But yeah, South Korea as well, having a few new players themselves joining in, slowly changing their roster among the years, but this year definitely looking like South Korea is a bit of a favorite, seeding third in the qualifiers.
Yeah, honestly, like seeing their lineup, I was expecting even a tiny bit higher. Even I think like their lineup is pretty much as good as it gets in 2025. So yeah, expecting a lot of things from South Korea, of course, from a seed number 3. Philippines,
yeah. Before the tournament started, you would have had, like, if anyone was guessing potential top 3, I think the most common names would have to be USA and South Korea in that podium slot potential here. So they are expected to go a long way. Philippines themselves, though, having exceptionally strong players themselves, especially since this is fairly early in the tournament still.
Yeah, honestly, it's interesting that you say that because, yeah, I do think that this lineup in particular does shine the best in early game. Because I think like a fair amount of the Philippines players are fairly seasoned tournament players. We've seen over the years in other community tournaments, perhaps even in MWCs, like previous MWCs. But as the map pools are getting harder and harder, it's more and more difficult for the oldies to shine.
And I was interested to see where the protects and bans would go, because both of these teams feel like teams that are, I would say, slightly more comfortable LN-wise compared to their counterparts if it was any other matchup. But since both of them are so good at LNs, it's looking like South Korea is going for the hybrids, actually.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting approach because, yeah, South Korea definitely knows that the Philippines is a bit LN biased. Notably by the names of Lively Peninsula, also known as Silwiska Els, the winner of OMLN3. In any case, the Protect on the Philippines side went on the Korjak oriented pick, which is kind of not so surprising because it's still early game and they have some sharpshooters in there.
I mean, also kind of scary, though, at the same time, because even though Philippines did protect the Rise 3, guess who got the #1 team score on Korjak last week? Yeah, good old South Korea.
Maybe it is a bluff also.
It's one of those maps that could definitely go either way, especially when both teams are so good at getting that sharpshooting accuracy with the Korjak. But it looks like we're going to be seeing the Yosu original first.
Yeah, honestly, Rice number 6 first, as a first pick, is very daring. It is not a pick that you see quite often as the very first pick. I'm really interested to see where this goes.
Yeah, gonna be really looking forward to this one here. Looking like the team's getting set. Philippines having Valeria and Volpsy, 2 of their Rice specialists on that team coming in here with Silicosis as well.
Honestly, like seeing this lineup on the scene right now, it's just names that you've known over the years, like just dishing it out in 2025, in the year 2025, and wow, I'm just looking forward to see what kind of scores this this lineup, this entire lobby lineup is going to provide us.
Yeah, all 6 of these players definitely extremely proficient. Poker I'd normally think of as more of an LN player, but this early in the tournament definitely not pushed to his limits as far as the physicality goes, so that accuracy is going to be showing in the Rice as well. We'll see how it goes so far. Everyone off to a really strong start across the board.
Yeah, honestly, it is a sin to say that NAD is a little bit behind everyone else, because 99.89, 99.90 now is still a stellar beginning for for these snaps that you can see right now on the screen.
Although Nud does drop a couple 200s there on that one little burst, it's going to drop down to 99.8, but still really not far behind whatsoever. Already actually managing to build up to 99.9 almost. So these teams feeling fairly comfortable.
Yeah, I feel like the graces themselves are not the most important part of the chart themselves. I think like the climax going on to the rest of the 3 quarters remaining of the map is going to kind of decide the trend of it. So it is still
two-digit point gap. I think it is right now. Every single player above 99.9. The 2 highest scores right now belong to Gex and Poker on 99.97, but that's not much of a difference whatsoever.
Yeah, it's honestly interesting to see the different trends between the Philippines and South Korea. Philippines
that's a messy miss there from vv2554480803, missing on one of the bursts. Oh, I say messy, it's actually pretty clean. 99.85 still is the accuracy, but definitely gives the advantage to South Korea.
Well, it is still kind of messy considering vv25 lost a whole 0.1%, which is a lot considering this matchup right now.
But still 99.86, it's not even that far behind Nard as far as the accuracy is concerned. So the accuracy is definitely not a problem here for Philippines. They can catch up just fine in that regard, but it feels like they do need South Korea to find a big mistake towards the end.
Yeah, honestly, I think like on paper, this would be a fairly decent pick considering that they had the accuracy potential against South Korea. But yeah, they do need South Korea to drop anything right now.
Yeah, they do need a bit of a mistake. Silicosis does also drop down below 99.9. So the second player on Team Philippines to drop below that threshold, and South Korea still holding all 3 strong into the hardest part of the map now, but vv25 finding repeated misses. And that's just going to seal the point, it seems like.
Yeah, that was 2 misses in a row in Silicosis, with also the slight accuracy drop, which doesn't help Philippines kind of challenge that lead right now, which is at 25,000 points right now in the ending. Unfortunate for Philippines.
Are we going to see a team score this high again? I actually don't know what the current leaderboard is looking like, but my god, the lowest score on South Korea being 99.92.
And none
it's so
of the
clean.
Players,
why is it so clean?
None of the players from South Korea has anything above 100, 300s. It's like 88, 80, and 90. The unfortunate 200s coming from that most likely came from the beginning, as we saw. But yeah, those are clean.
Yeah, equally clean score from Valyria as well, but when the biggest opportunity that South Korea is going to give you is 2 200s. It's a bit hard for Philippines to capitalize on that. It seems like the misses didn't even matter in the end in the face of this accuracy.
Oopsie's cat got to his table.
Oh?
No, I was just reading internal. We got information from like the Philippines captain about what happened to vv25.
Keep your cats off your table while you're playing. I think, in a way, fortunately for vv25, the misses didn't end up costing them the point. That point seems like it would have been won by South Korea regardless, but still something that to be considered for the rest of the match.
South Korea sent their best cat against the Philippines and they won the pick. But it is very interesting to see South Korea pick on the Philippines Protect, I believe.
Yeah, this is kind of bold. I mean, Philippines definitely lost in terms of the act, but in the first half of that map that we just saw, it was really, really close. And I can imagine that would be the case if Philippines is more comfortable on this pick.
Yeah, South Korea definitely calling out the bluff from the Philippines and showing what they are capable of. Korchak's definitely a specialty, a South Korean specialty.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if I would call it a bluff from Philippines. I think they actually are super strong on this, but the confidence coming out from South Korea is definitely showing that they can. Oh, never mind. Maybe we have a bit of a mistake from Poker at the start here.
Yeah, it is only the start. It is not counting towards the full 400 combo cap, so anything from the Philippines is going to hurt more than what Poker just did.
But that's only if Philippines make a mistake. Now, I think South Korea, even though that was an early miss, they need Philippines to mess up quite a bit. And just as I said, Leave It does find a miss to trade it back. So maybe we're going to see a fairly close game. Leave It doesn't drop. Oh, never mind.
Oh my god,
Valyria
stop!
and Live It both finding misses again.
That was a clean miss though from Valyria. Just maintaining the 99.88 despite the miss.
Yeah, Live It had better accuracy than Poker after the first miss, but now after the second one, it does seem like Poker has the advantage in the accuracy.
Yeah, we'll just have to see if Gex manages to get to the 100% rounding. I think there are enough nodes to do that.
Yeah, I mean, look, surely this should go both ways. Gex and Nod with extremely high combos right now. They just need to hold on to the combo, right, for the rest of the map. Nope, okay, not working.
Okay, please. The combo is still strong on South Korea's side.
That is a 99.99 though. That is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. It's not going to 100%. It's most definitely not anymore. 99.98.
Big act drop from Gex right there, down to 99.98. Literally twice as bad as it was before.
Yeah, looking forward to see the 300 count. It is 26. Yeah, 26.
Yeah, 250s, weirdly enough, from Nard there, preventing that score you want SS, but you can see the 300 counts across the board are kind of exceptional. Not a single one of these is a human 300 count.
Yeah, like the highest 300 count is 75, and 75 is already like 1 to 20, like over 1 to 20 ratio, like almost 30.
Almost 1 to 30, yeah. It's approaching high 20s, you would say. 998k being the worst ratio in the lobby. Really goes to show how comfortable these players are with the ratio, but in the end, the misses are what mattered most. And South Korea managing to win their second in a row.
Yeah, 2-0 right now for South Korea. And the Philippines do have to kind of reevaluate their situation right now. They just lost 2 picks in a row, especially like the first pick and their protect. So are they going to keep picking Rice Tech, or are they going into the hybrids and the LNs? Dare I say, hybrids and LNs are dangerous because we know that South Korea is pretty big on those.
Yeah, definitely some really scary players on South Korea when it comes to those, but I think Philippines also has their own really strong rosters when it comes to the LNs, so I mean, maybe it's worth a try seeing what they can get done on one of those LN picks, and it does seem like that's going to be the option.
Oh, that's a pretty interesting pick, actually. LN number 1 is probably the most, I guess the most subtle, the most, I guess the pick that requires the most finesse among the 3 LN picks. So Philippines definitely playing towards the early game skill sets, so pretty interesting to see as a strategy.
Yeah, they do have some strong players, like Lively Peninsula being the one coming in for Philippines, also known as Siloesca Els. One of those players that does excel at some of that LN accuracy as well. We're going to see Plana also switching in for Philippines.
It is actually a full switch coming from the Philippines. All 3 of their players just switching out. Also kind of allows them to get a break, allows the Rise players to kind of practice some of the other maps, see what they can do to kind of challenge South Korea.
We do have the LN specialist South Korea as well, Buschan coming in. Two of those players, I mean, Poker as well, known for having some ridiculous accuracy on LN picks also. So both of these teams have some extremely strong names that you would expect to see in kind of podium positions, honestly, with some of these LN scores that we might be seeing.
A little bit of a false start for Livet over on the Philippines. And Lively Peninsula getting a early miss. Not a good sign for the Philippines, but the rest of the map is still yet to go. Anything can still happen.
Yeah, but this one's not the longest map in the world, less than 2 minutes long. So not as much time as usual, you would think, to build up that accuracy again. 99.6, definitely recoverable. But everyone on South Korea holding above 99.8 right now, so there is a bit of distance to cover.
Yeah, especially eyes on Poker. Poker definitely playing to their strong suit right now, 99.95. Poker definitely practiced a lot of LN accuracy. Definitely one of the players who are well known for that skill set amongst the world.
Oh my god, right now 11,000 points off the back of just that miss, but the accuracy also pulling ahead over time in favor of South Korea. No one to match Poker on the side of Philippines. Plana matching Nard, but Buschan also holding on for that high 99.8.
Yeah, honestly, Philippines is doing a great job, actually. Livet's almost catching up to 99.7, but not quite reaching it, catching some straight 200s that just kind of keep them shy of that boundary.
Nard is dropping in accuracy over time, but so is Plana kind of matching that. Lively Peninsula getting up there, but no, finding a miss now again. The second miss is going to give South Korea more of a lead.
Pretty unfortunate, but Plana is going to come out alive from this pick, and let's see those scores. 993 coming from Plana, but it is to be challenged by every single one of South Korea's scores, really, especially Poker's 997.5.
Yeah, Poker still thinks he's playing Core Jack.
Yeah, 126 out of 2,600 and some notes. 676 to be.
It's just 1 to 20 straight up.
I cannot do quick math as a commentator. It's really hard to multitask, really, especially when the screens go by so fast.
Yeah, but Poker, I mean, you can see how dominant Poker is when it comes to the LN ratio department. One of the, you could definitely put his name up as one of the maybe like top 3 to 5 players in the world pretty cleanly at that kind of map, and you can see exactly why. Half the 300 count of the next best player in the lobby.
Oh, South Korea is not kidding around. They are going straight into Hybrid 3, their own Protect.
Now, I'm really interested in why they protected this, because this is such a wild, like, just a wild card type of map. For a team such as South Korea, you would expect them to be more comfortable overall, maybe picking into more comfort maps that they'd be more likely to get that accuracy advantage on. But no, we're going full risk.
Yeah, I feel like some of the teams Protect are not necessarily catered towards their own team, but also against the other team's weakness. So I feel like South Korea protected this not only because they're fairly comfortable on this pick, but also because they think that the Philippines is going to trip up on it.
Yeah, gonna see some more switch-ins as well. Silicosis coming in for Lively Peninsula, and I'm Yi also finding the first appearance of this match, at least for Team South Korea. So a lot of depth on both of these rosters, constant switches for every map.
Yeah, I feel like both of the teams have fairly flexible lineups, and that's a good quality to have for a team.
so far. A little bit of accuracy struggles on a couple of players. Live It and I'm Yi Yi both in that 99.6 range right now. Silicosis and Plant are holding strong with 99.7, but Nard and Poker are a little bit higher currently. That's giving just a couple thousand points to Team South Korea.
Yeah, honestly, like, the trend looks pretty similar across the two teams. Just South Korea having the tiniest of accuracy advantages, but anything can still happen here, especially like if Plana is going to miss right now.
That was the highest accuracy on Team Philippines as well, now dropping all the way down to 99.4. Big lead should go in South Korea's favor. Poker did drop a lot of accuracy along the way, but accuracy is not seeming like it's going to be enough to close this gap anymore.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate because I do think that the Philippines still had a decent chance without that combo break. Because Poca definitely dropped below 99.8, trying to recover now. But no, that miss is going to put Poca under 99.7.
But Lever did find a miss just earlier as well, so those misses just trading out in the end. Poca definitely struggling a lot more than I thought he would towards the later half of the map, but it's looking like it's not going to matter at all. Silicosis does find a miss towards the end as well. That's no full combos on Philippines left.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate, but yeah, Philippines still with a pretty strong performance overall. I would say that without the combo breaks, it was definitely challengeable for the Philippines. Well, outside of the accuracy drops here and there, Silicosis is the only one to have over to 10-200s really, and Nad with the 994 leading the pack here in this lobby. Really, really good score on this erratic of a pick, really.
Yeah, I mean, you take 1-200 any day, especially with the ratio like that as well, almost that 1-10. And it seems like we instantly get a... Are we getting a timeout coming in? Everyone leaves the lobby.
Yeah, I think I do think that the timeouts are an underutilized device for teams to kind of get their spirits together, especially when the Philippines is against the corner right now, 4-0, coming from South Korea. It is match point right now, 1 point more from South Korea, and the Philippines is sent to the losers bracket. They do have a second chance, though, yeah.
Yeah, of course, this being in the winners bracket, definitely, but good opportunity for Philippines to go out, maybe discuss what they want to pick next, because it feels like, so far at least, nothing has quite worked against South Korea. There have been a couple of situations that kind of looked a little bit closer. I would definitely think that their Rise 6 picks at the very beginning of the map seemed the most close. So maybe it might be back to the Rise for Philippines.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, I'm trying to think at the same time, but the Philippines is in a difficult situation for sure.
And maybe just having to pick into something a bit more comfortable for them, because they have been missing at some inopportune times so far in the match. That's really what's been costing them the most. So something that they might feel more comfortable with, I mean, Rise 2, perhaps? Hard to really say.
Yeah, it's hard to really say because if the Philippines chooses something they're comfortable on, they also run the risk of South Korea being really comfortable on it as well.
That is also true. But I would be interesting to see, because it doesn't feel like any map is completely off the table right now. All of them, kind of both teams having the similar kind of strengths and weaknesses, it seems like overall, so...
Yeah, it's a difficult
kind of
matchup.
makes sense.
Yeah, it's a difficult matchup for the Philippines. Like, Philippines going against South Korea out of all top countries right now is hard.
And what would be the most kind of just like out of left field pick? What would be the silliest pick right now, you reckon? Oh, it looks like
Oh, okay. Sure, okay.
We're gonna be seeing Winnipeg.
Oh, what does it look like?
Yeah, hi Winnipeg. Shout outs to anyone from Winnipeg watching. Which is to say no one, because I think it's like, it's probably like 6 or 7 a.m. right now in Winnipeg, so I don't know.
Yeah, not ideal times for the American continent currently, that's for sure. But let's see how this one goes. Philippines back to the Rice pool. Been a few maps since we've seen the last Rice map, and see if this one works out better. This one more on the technical side, of course. So we are going to be seeing the return of Valyria and Volpsy.
Yeah, it's also rather fast and erratic for a technical pick. 245 ppm. We're definitely going to see a little bit of some keys and wrenches thrown in there. So most definitely occasions for the South Korean team to miss, which is I think what the Philippines is direly hoping for. Waiting for the Philippines internet. The Philippines not necessarily a country known for its stellar internet fiber.
That is just how it goes sometimes. As long as it stays at just being affecting the ready up button rather than affecting the middle of the map.
I do think that South Korea does have the advantage in terms of internet connection. I do believe that South Korea as a whole is very well covered, especially because Seoul.
That is generally the expectation here, but we'll see if we can get in very soon, because it seems like everyone's ready now. And here we go.
Hopefully everyone gets in. And we see Gex with the no-fail. I thought it was an error, but that is just a no-fail.
Yeah, of course players are allowed to have a no-fail on. It does not affect the score. So, I mean, no reason not to, I guess. But at the same time, at this stage, if you are, you know, potentially failing the map, your score will be low enough to lose instantly anyway.
Oh, Volpsy with the early miss. That is not a good sign for the last chance of the Philippines to survive this match.
Yeah, it was just before the 400 combo mark. Not going to matter as much as a miss right now, but I think the accuracy definitely is going to be a big factor, especially when all of South Korea are holding above 99.9 as well.
Yeah, so because it's just a tiny bit behind, trying to catch up to 99.9 territory here. But I hope that those mini-jacks catch South Korea off guard.
Which they definitely can. We have seen South Korea have a few misses themselves in some of these maps.
Yeah, we see Poca just dipping their heads below the 99.9 territory. So definitely a tiny sign of vulnerability.
Yeah, we need a couple of misses for South Korea for Philippines to take this one back. I think 2 misses is probably enough here, given the gap, but actually Volpsy increasing the accuracy quite quickly as well. Now at 99.8 already. Going to be starting to catch up to Poker on the side of South Korea in a little bit if this keeps up.
A third of the map left. The Philippines have to hang on, and South Korea is still alive, really. Gex with the 99.96, just playing as if it was a core jack, really.
Yeah, not phased whatsoever on the side of South Korea with any of these tricky patterns. Not even any accuracy drops to speak of. Nard has slowly been dropping the accuracy over time, but not really enough to mention. Still at 99.9.
Yeah, Valeria is doing a great job, like making strides, like putting themselves against the two other South Korean players.
Valeria has definitely been a standout so far on these Rice maps for Team Philippines, but it's looking like not quite enough as we're approaching to the end of the map. Last few patents here. And all of Team South Korea is going to find the FC.
FC and 99.9. The overall, like, triple 99.90% from South Korea. Really clean scores coming from them. All above 99.6.6, which is kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, what can you do against a team score like that? Absolutely nothing. 98 300s. We got a 2-digit 300 score on a tech map, of all things, from Gex there. And South Korea is going to show their consistency and pull up this 5-0 sweep.
Yeah, honestly, managing a sweep against the Philippines is pretty difficult, considering that the Philippines have more than one tool behind their arsenal, as we've seen in this matchup. So the Philippines definitely going to be a really scary team to be encountering in the losers bracket, which is where they are going to go for the quarterfinals. South Korea, however, goes into the winners bracket.
Yeah, there's quite a few scary teams now in the losers bracket, though. The losers bracket is definitely becoming more stacked by the day, it feels like. Because I would not want to verse any of those teams down there currently. But yeah, South Korea moving on to the winners quarterfinals, where have their opponent been decided yet? No. It will be the winner of Chile versus Italy is going to verse South Korea.
Oh, that's a scary matchup as well. Italy has been rising up over the years as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be an interesting match. Few matchups potentially lined up for next week as well. But for now, I think we have a bit of a half an hour gap between the next match. As we see the bracket up here, some of the teams being decided here. Singapore versus Philippines actually in the losers bracket early on. Wait a second, Brazil versus Thailand. Oh my god.
What?
Oh no.
What was that?
That's insane.
That's kind of crazy. Like, some of those matchups you don't see quite often in like around a 16 quarterfinals territory here. You kind of expect them later on into the tournament. But here we are, really. But in 30 minutes from now, we are going to witness Deutschland. I mean Germany versus Indonesia, and Australia versus Poland.
Yeah, Germany and Indonesia being a lower bracket match. Actually, both of these being lower bracket matches. So we are going to be seeing in the next hour or so 2 different teams being eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, so both of those are losers bracket, and we do have a second channel over on Twitch. So both of those matches are going to be streamed. And you can witness them, like either witness one of them or witness them both at the same time. It's your choice. You have the ability to do so. But we'll see you. We'll see each other in 27 minutes from now. And we time travel back to oh my god, I forgot my intro. We time travel back to Germany versus Indonesia on the Osumania 4K World Cup 2025. Welcome back for another match of this tournament. Round of 16 is still going on. There's another match going on. It is Australia versus Poland, and that's on the other channel. We have two simultaneous matches right now, and this is one of them. I'm Patraj. I will be commentating with Potassium F. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. Ready for another block of matches here. This time, these two matches happening simultaneously, both in the losers bracket. So we will be seeing two teams being eliminated here. Make sure you go check out the other stream as well, osulive_2 on Twitch if you want to be watching Poland versus Australia there. But looking like an interesting matchup here. Indonesia getting upset last week by, I believe it was Italy, after Italy showed some incredible performances across the board.
Yeah, I do believe that Italy shows a lot of promise, especially towards the early game, but they do have a roster that can stand up to the late game Mappos as well. So really looking forward to see how they fare in the winners bracket. But this is a losers bracket, and Germany versus Indonesia is a pretty interesting case because Germany has been an underdog for many years.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Germany getting the short end of the stick of that upset that happened last time, at least seeding-wise here, up against a pretty strong team on paper. But that said, I think Germany's skill sets kind of match up decently well, honestly, against Indonesia. Germany being a team that is fairly strong when it comes to the LN picks that we saw last week as well, with some strong team scores on the LNs, whereas Indonesia is kind of the opposite. They are definitely more of a rice-favored team.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting dynamic to witness. Indonesia is going to opt for rice number 4 as a protect. So Indonesia banking on the technical side of things rather than the straightforward side of things. Germany, however, going for the straightforward LN number 2, kind of more density oriented LN. And Germany opting for a hybrid 3 ban. That was not super expected, but granted that the map is really challenging and really awkward to handle. Maybe Germany is just not feeling comfortable on it. And Rise number 3 is going to be Indonesia's ban. Probably a risky pick in terms of accuracy, sharpshooting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Germany must have some kind of extreme difficulties on Hybrid 3 because I don't think Hybrid 3 was particularly a map that Indonesia was wanting to pick in the first place. So I think Indonesia is perfectly fine with how the bans have gone out here. And in fact, I mean, also from Indonesia's side, I don't know why Indonesia bans Rise 3 either. But here we are. We are going into a Rise pick from Indonesia first regardless.
Yeah, I feel like Indonesia feels pretty comfortable on all of the maps, just by vibes. But I guess Rise number 3 is like, I feel like that's the one map they feel like they can be challenged on. Yeah, the first pick is going to be Jump Stream at clocking in at 238 BPM, just almost 240. Let's just round it up.
Yeah, this one a pretty fast map to be seeing early on in the tournament, but we have been getting across the years faster and faster. As the MWCs have been rolling on, players are just getting too comfortable with the high BPMs.
Yeah, I feel like over the years, the BPM hasn't like hasn't really gone super high, but the players have gotten more and more comfortable, and we are definitely seeing more and more players who are capable of having really nice scores on those types of picks. So I'm looking forward to see what Indonesia has to provide and how Germany can challenge Indonesia on this type of pick.
Yeah, well, let's see how this one goes. I think Germany did struggle a little bit on the Rice last week, at least a bit less successful than they were on the LNs, but Indonesia also had some decent trip-ups of their own on some of the Rice picks over Italy. So we'll see how this one goes, because I think chokes do a lot of damage on a pick like this.
Well, granted, they are somewhat diluted by the length of the map and the sheer amount of nodes that are in this map. So I feel like if any of the teams have a accuracy advantage, it's going to carry over to maybe saving them maybe one or two misses, like as a buffer.
And we'll see exactly who ends up with that accuracy advantage. Out of the gates, everyone off to very strong starts, but Indonesia off to a little bit better overall. 99.9s across the board for them.
Germany not too far behind for now. We're going to see how it stabilizes in the end. Medium kick, catching a 200, kind of dipping them down below 99.8, but it is still recoverable.
Yeah, how do you say that name? Ilderum also dropping below 99.8 at the same time, while Indonesia, yeah, does drop a little bit of accuracy, but overall still solid on their side.
Yeah, they do have two carries right now, Fia and Rei. The four-letter legends, and I do notice now that Indonesia has an entire 4-character lobby.
The short names showing off here, but Crusader of Sox does find the first miss, dropping down to 99.7, but that's going to give a fairly strong lead over to Indonesia off of the combo advantage.
Yeah, it's a fairly clean miss, all things considered. 99.75 is still really good accuracy, can still challenge Indonesia if they catch a couple of misses on their end.
$14,000 points on a map that is this long, one of the longer maps in the pool as well, is going to be hard to come back from Germany. They're going to need a few misses on the side of Indonesia, as this accuracy lead is growing, as the map progresses. 99.6, medium keck dropping, hitting really early it looks like.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, especially since Indonesia is still growing their accuracy lead. Yeah, catching up to 99.85. Coming from 99.8, that is a really good thing to have on their end.
Medium keck did find a miss as well in that less dense section as well. Lessening up the tension a little bit too much there, and now that's going to be only one full combo left for Germany versus the 3 for Indonesia, and a repeated miss as well for medium keck. 30,000 points now the lead, and Indonesia's just going to run away with the point.
Yeah, at this point we are coming to the ending of this bit, and 35,000 points is definitely not recoverable. Unfortunate that medium keck is seeing those misses, and Ilderum catching that miss in the ending. Unfortunate. I think that was the first miss of the bit.
Yeah, definitely all 3 players on Germany now losing their full combos, but still 3 full combos on Indonesia. And a very, very strong first pick here coming out of Indonesia. Almost a 3-way double S, but still lowest score being 995k on that team. That is an exceptionally solid team score.
Yeah, 92 300s on Raze and totaling up to a 998.7. That is a really high score. That is a really high score, but perhaps not the highest we've seen, which is kind of scary to think about. But it is round of 16.
Yeah, it goes to show why they want to be picking some of these Rice maps, and also why it's so interesting that they banned Rice 3. Because, I mean, if they start setting scores like that, you would expect them to also do at least pretty well on Rice 3, but either way, Germany now gets all of their LM maps, all 3 of them still open if they want to go to those right away. But actually, we're going to be seeing Hybrid instead.
Oh, that's an interesting choice coming from Germany. Not necessarily opting for full LN or anything, but just dipping their toes with the speedy Hybrid.
Not every day you see both teams immediately picking the same category that they banned.
Yeah, I do feel like between the different hybrids there are a few subtleties, and it is exactly because of those subtleties that Germany is opting to ban Hybrid 3 and rather pick Hybrid 1, which is the speedier, more straightforward type of hybrid.
Yeah, this one definitely much more straightforward than Hybrid 3, that's for sure. Maybe that is the difference maker that Germany is hoping for here. Let's see who they decided to switch in. It looks like Indonesia is going to switch in Rezared.
Yeah, Germany also switching in someone else besides Ilderum and Shaiwen.
In fact, Shaiwen themselves coming in for the first time as well. So 2 players swapping in for Germany. Serbia going to be joining also. And just the 1 switch out from Indonesia in comparison.
It is rather funny seeing a hola coming from a Serbe in the chat, given that it doesn't match any of the languages that we should be speaking here. Like between German... Wait, what? Which language do they speak in Indonesia? Indonesian? Question mark? Yeah? In English.
Yeah. And English, yeah. But let's see how this plays out for Germany, their first pick. So one that you would have to imagine they're fairly comfortable on.
Alright, let's see. Survey up to a false start. Kind of a late start right now, but still recoverable. Ilderum also a little bit behind compared to the rest of the Indonesian players, off to a actually stellar start, really. Averaging almost 99.9.
Yeah, all 3 players on Germany with a little bit of act drop in that introduction there. All down to the mid-99s, but have some time to build up that accuracy again.
it is rather intimidating for the German team to be trying to challenge this type of accuracy coming from Indonesia. I wasn't quite expecting this kind of performance right now on the hybrid number 1 coming from Indonesia.
Yeah, Indonesia is looking super comfortable right now on this, all with 99.8. 2 of these on 99.87 even. And as Germany still has some decent scores of their own, Sewin on 99.66, it is still just a fairly significant accuracy difference across the team.
Yeah, I feel like Indonesia could afford like maybe 1, 2, or 3 misses even given their accuracy advantage right now.
Germany having to hope for some pretty big mistakes, but Serbia actually being the one to find the first miss of the map. Germany now in a big hole, 30,000 points for Indonesia on their first pick.
Sewin
that's
trying to catch up on accuracy, but catching a miss instead.
And only 1 full combo left for Germany, 3 for Indonesia. They're still holding on to some extreme consistency. Resurrect does find the first miss of the match for Indonesia, but it's looking like way too little and much too late in the map.
Yeah, it was a clean miss as well. Doesn't put a dent whatsoever in Indonesia's lead, and we are coming to the ending with 40,000 points almost of lead.
An exceptionally strong performance here from Indonesia, looking unfazed. Germany with some strong scores themselves, consistently within that 970, 980 range, but not enough as a team to outmatch Indonesia's full combos here.
Yeah, I do feel like the hybrid 1 pick was definitely worth a try just to get the information out of the way. But now that they've got this information, I feel like for their next pick, they definitely have to change their strategy a little bit.
Where does Indonesia go now? Because with such a strong performance on the hybrid there, I mean, I guess they can't really pick the other hybrid. That's too different of a map overall. So, I mean, I guess they would have to go back to the rice pool.
But yeah, right now Indonesia's pick is definitely there's definitely a lot of options open for Indonesia, but they are going to opt for the option they went for at first, which is rice number 1 following up to rice number 2.
And this one really kind of playing on, I guess, the physicality difference here. The speed pick coming out. Indonesia, in theory, going to be much more comfortable on some of the harder patterns, some of the more physically pushing of this speed map in particular. So the comfort should definitely be there for Indonesia to have the advantage.
And what a banger to be playing this match on. Looking forward to see what Indonesia can do on this one as well. They definitely held their heads high on rice number 2, and rice number 1 is definitely not going to be an exception.
Okay, looks like we are actually seeing an interesting roster from Germany coming out here. We're seeing a very different roster to what we saw on the first Rice map that was played. Serbia and Sewin were not in that first pick. And Indonesia going straight back to the same roster that they had on the Rice 2.
Yeah, I do feel like there are some subtleties between jump stream and streams/speed. So definitely justifiable to have some roster changes within Germany.
maybe more important also to prioritize the combo just a little bit more as well when you're getting into patterns like this. Not necessarily expecting many players to be able to sharpshoot this accuracy too much, but it looks like on the side of Indonesia, that's exactly what they're attempting to do.
Too much of a lead for Indonesia right now. It is still challengeable. If Indonesia doesn't hold the combo all the way through, it's definitely going to be an occasion for Germany to get a first point.
Yeah, Serbi on Team Germany definitely putting in a lot of work there. Does drop a little bit of accuracy down at the high 99.7s, but all of Indonesia holding strong at 99.9. And this accuracy lead is slowly growing over time. Crusader of Socks does find the first miss in the chorus.
Yeah, a miss in the middle of such a short pick is spelling a little bit of a doom for Germany, but it is Indonesia's pick.
Accuracy difference only growing over time as Indonesia's holding on. Ray in particular is increasing the accuracy over time, 99.93.
Yeah, Ray throughout this match has shown not only consistency but also high accuracy proficiency over all of the picks they played.
Absolutely solid across all of the Indonesian squad right now. Germany still with the 2 FCs, but the accuracy is definitely the much bigger hole that they need to try and crawl out of here, because 30,000 points, I mean, that's just not recoverable whatsoever.
Yeah, just seeing how consistent Indonesia has been on the rise especially is definitely a mountain to overcome for Germany right now. It's pretty intimidating, but it is after what Indonesia is picking. So what Germany can do is probably pick into LNs, I want to say.
That's a crazy score from Ray, 997k, almost getting the 2-digit 300 count.
Yeah, 101, just a little bit shy of the 2-digit. But yeah, just looking at the 300 count from the entire Indonesian team, comparing them to Germany, it is... there is absolutely no doubt that Indonesia has an accuracy advantage over Germany. So if you add those combo breaks coming from Germany into the math, yeah, it is a pretty resounding advantage coming from Indonesia on the rise category.
Absolutely, and we'll see what Germany decide to go with. I mean, LN pool untouched, it feels like that has to be the obvious place to go towards. That said, I haven't actually seen any teams so far, at least not the matches that I've watched, pick Hybrid 2.
Yeah, I feel like Hybrid 2 is a little bit of an unpopular pick. I feel it's rather niche and only comes into particular stages of a match.
We are going to be going into the LN pool right away, going to be into a bit more of a tricky pick out of the LN pool, LN3 being picked first.
It's quite interesting to see LN number 3 come first, rather than
Hybrid 4.
Yeah, the Hybrid 4, so to speak, come into play as the first LN pick. Usually see people go for LN2 or LN1, but I gotta stop saying hybrid. LN3 is kind of a niche. I thought was kind of a niche strategic pick as well, but right now Germany is opting for it.
I guess Germany wants to kind of stray away from some of the more straightforward LN picks that maybe Indonesia might be too comfortable getting their combo and accuracy on. Germany definitely do need to hope for Indonesia to find a few misses, so maybe picking the more, I guess, volatile pick out of the LNs might be a good idea for them.
Will Indonesia show signs of vulnerability finally on the first LN pick of the match?
And Resurred actually finding an early miss here for Team Indonesia. Germany getting exactly what they wanted early on in this match, but looking at the accuracies, it's still actually looking like it might not be enough to give Germany the advantage.
Yeah, right now it is the accuracy advantage coming from Indonesia that keeps them alive. That keeps the points alive for them.
And Ilderim definitely struggling in the accuracy department quite a lot, down at 99.2 and still dropping some 200s here and there. Indonesia's players all holding in the high 99 range, all above the 3 German players.
Yeah, gotta hope for some more misses here, and here we go! One miss coming from Yeah. Is that going to be enough for Germany to catch their first point?
It definitely came with a bit of an accuracy drop, but I don't think that accuracy drop looks like it's enough quite yet. This accuracy difference is massive currently for Indonesia, despite the 2 misses.
Yeah, I gotta hope for some more for Germany. But Germany also has to build up their accuracy if they want to kind of exploit those vulnerabilities coming from Indonesia.
You definitely would think Serbian Sewin right now. Oh, Sewin does find a miss. I was gonna say, Serbian Sewin definitely matching the output of Yeah and Rezored, but it's just no one able to match Rei on the side of Indonesia with that full combo for Indonesia.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate, and we are coming towards the end of the map as Serbia misses on Germany's side, with only Ilderim being alive right now.
Resurred does find another miss, but it's looking like that's just not going to be enough. The accuracy stays intact. Rei absolutely crushing it. Yeah,
actually breaking, but the advantage is too much towards Indonesia.
Misses here. Indonesia, gotta be careful a little bit, but still, that buffer was absolutely there. Dropped about 10k of that lead at the very end of the map, which is kind of scary a little bit, but Rei is there to clean up. 995k, absolutely crushing the lobby on this one.
Yeah, I do feel like Rei's performance does keep Indonesia above the waters. As this pick was really scary to watch for Indonesia. Like, Indonesia is not invulnerable to misses, as we could see here. So definitely something that Germany could exploit to try and get a point. But right now it is 4-0 for Indonesia. It is match point. One more point for Indonesia, and they can get rid of Germany within this tournament, as we are in the losers bracket.
And Germany might not be able to pick their protect in the end as well, as Indonesia could finish it off right here with their own. Oh, never mind. Germany gets to play their protect.
Well, I guess let's go. Sure, let's go for LN2 if you want to. I guess given Rei's proficiency on LN accuracy, I feel it's a fairly decent pick for Indonesia, anyways.
Well, it did look quite good for Indonesia on the other LN pick, despite the number of misses that were picked up for Team Indonesia versus only, I think, 1 or 2 misses from Team Germany. The accuracy difference was so massive that it didn't even matter in the end either way. So if Indonesia can pull off another act difference that large, then they might be feeling comfortable. Even if they miss, they know they can still win.
It was 196 BPM with not necessarily 100% straightforward structure here. So definitely an occasion for Indonesia to shed some blood.
Let's see how this one goes. Potential last map of the tournament for Germany, unless they can pull off a win here.
As we go into the pick itself, Ray is definitely very comfortable in this pick, as we predicted, but Resurrect as well. Germany just coming out alive in terms of combo, but as we saw in the previous picks, Indonesia was still the accuracy advantage.
Yeah, this accuracy is so good for Indonesia as well. Ilderim getting 99.3, struggling a little bit, falling behind. Serbia and Sewin holding with that mid 99 as well. So overall, very similar to the last map, we're seeing a big accuracy lead team-wide.
Germany building up their accuracy, but right now 20,000 points to catch up is pretty scary to think about. Is Indonesia going to combo break to let Germany into at least 1 point?
I mean, Indonesia have been missing on some of these LN maps in the hybrid earlier as well. But so far, it's looking like they're holding strong. Even a couple of misses here might be safe enough, because 30,000 points is a really massive lead towards the end of the map. Yeah, it does drop a little bit of accuracy overall, but nothing really to sweat about so far.
Yeah, I gotta hope for something to happen, but it is way too late into the map, as we are going into the outro of the song, and we can just close the match right now as we witness Ray's clean V1SS 190 300s. Resurrect almost, Resurrect and yeah, also almost clean runs with only 1 200. And at least Germany still has a lobby full combo. That 50 was not a combo break coming from Ilderim.
Yeah, really strong team score from Germany. Just unfortunate that they are versing Indonesia on a really strong day for them, it looks like. Great team performance out of Indonesia, and they're looking to tear up some of these lower bracket teams in the future weeks as well. Shout out to Ray as well. 5 FCs, 5 MVPs for Ray there in the lobby.
Yeah, very, very clean run coming from Ray. Definitely a player to watch out for, especially coming into the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals map pool is definitely going to be more challenging than round 16, so we're going to see how Indonesia can scale coming from round 16 into quarterfinals. But I do think that Indonesia is going to be one of the scariest teams of the losers bracket, along some of the teams that are coming from the winners bracket this week.
I feel like I'm thinking about this of a lot of different teams in the losers bracket right now. There's so many teams down there that I think, damn, no team wants to be facing this team. I mean, even looking at this list here, you know, Japan is in the losers bracket too.
Okay, so for those who did not necessarily watch the other match, Australia versus Poland, Poland won against Australia 5-0. Unfortunately for you, my American fan. Australian fan. What?
Oh.
What am I? You're American now.
I'm American now.
But yeah, unfortunate. In any case, we are going to have other matches today. Oh my god, the next match is going to be China versus Malaysia. That is also kind of a scary matchup to see, like those countries in particular fighting in round of 16.
Yeah, China being the #1 seed, but Malaysia is definitely one of those countries that I think every team kind of fears in the early game. They have some really strong tournament players on that team. So it'll be interesting to see how that one plays out. That is going to be in 1 hour, pretty much exactly 1 hour from now. So make sure you stick around for that.
Yeah, and yeah, you can have this break. You can enjoy this break to kind of get some snacks, get some drinks, get whatever you need to enjoy the rest of those matches. But we are going to leave you right now. So see you for the next matches.
喉を締め付け乾いた季節思いにふける通りに浮かぶ思い出の雪再会を予期してた That sweet memory 待つことに慣れすぎて痛みさえ感じないの麻痺してるこだねてる刺激高いオーラまた求めてる視界ゼロの中あなたと繋いだ手のぬくもりに恋して今日もどっと降り積もる雪にそっと手を伸ばして白闇を愛せるよりマイナスの世界で踊り続けて遠く意識に悪魔の手招きホワイトアウトお揃いだったコロンの香り捨てられついる黒のコーポも頭の中もボンバー白で I wish for it now I wish 伝えたいあなた好みの服を着てあなた好みの趣味始めてあなた好みの日常で溢れている歌がさよなら言わないで
multiverse, the allure of traveling through parallel universes beckons intrepid adventurers. Each universe presents distinct laws of physics, alternate histories, and uncharted wonders. As we journey, we encounter reflections of ourselves and ponder the myriad possibilities life could take. Guided by curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, we embrace the thrill of discovery amidst enigmatic landscapes. This cosmic odyssey, the dance with destiny, reaffirms the unbreakable spirit of human curiosity, a feeling that the wonders of the multiverse are limitless.
to see ya. But the truth, I got some kind of amnesia. You crept upon me, said you thought of me fondly. And finally, since we let go, you're ready to say hello. What do you hope to see coming to this place? Said you'd never call up. Now you're all up in my face, in my face, in my face, in my face. You're like a time traveler. You live to go backwards. You're like a time traveler, running from the future. Time traveler. Time traveler. Time traveler. Time traveler. This area you made restricted, off limits. Thought I would miss it before I ditched it, dismissed it. Yeah, I was timely, put a fallout behind me. And after 3 years of living, you're asking to go back in. What did you hope to see coming back to me? Are you satisfied now? Did you die now? Happily, 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 You're like a time traveler. You live to go backwards. You're like a time traveler, running from the future. Running from the future. Time traveler, 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 One more time 今一人目が覚めた壊れた世界の中で渦巻く wave of sad 押し寄せる波の中体預けて嘘な世界もどこか晴れたように映るな道なき場所でも生きてゆける
Welcome back, everyone, and hello, and welcome back to Usmania 4K World Cup 2025 action. We're finally getting some more action from the, I believe this is also a winner's bracket match, and it's going to be the number 1 seeded team, China, versus Malaysia on the number 16 seeded team. I'm Mifa, and I'll be commentating alongside Ravale. How's it going?
Yep, it's going great. We have a couple more matches remaining in the round of 16, and we have yet to see China and Malaysia play yet. So there they are, the seed number 1 versus seed number 16. This is the second time these two teams will face each other in 4K Mania World Cup history. The last time was last year in the round of 16, and I believe Malaysia won that 6-4. So this is gonna be a revenge match for China.
Yeah, this time, in this iteration, in this specific year of 4K World Cup, China has been the fan favorite of this tournament.
Yes.
Like you can clearly see that they have been working super hard on qualifiers, and they just made it through like to being the top one, even though just by a slim margin against the number 2 seeded team, which is also United States. But they clearly show that they're putting a lot of work into this tournament.
Yeah, definitely seeing how they were able to keep 3 of their players from last year that finished second place, and also bring in some new blood. We got to actually see those new players last weekend, and they put up a pretty good showing, I believe, against Australia. So we'll see how they will fare now against a team that they might be familiar with, because 4 of these players are returning from last year: Leon J. Lai, Tosai, and Yon Hong.
Yeah, not much of a. Well, I guess there are a couple new names that are we are just not entirely familiar, but we do know some presence in the previous community tournaments, and China has been also the case, especially with the I believe also the ongoing Chinese Mania tournament as well in 2025.
Yeah.
So it should be relatively familiar for most of the people that have been keeping track and watch their tournaments.
Yep, so now the protecting banning phase. China protecting Rise 2, completely understandable. They had a very strong Rise 2 score last weekend. For Malaysia, they will be protecting LN 1, which is also very understandable because Malaysia have the number 1 LN 1 score from last weekend. And they are going to be banning Rise 3, which is the Court Jack, and China banning LN 2, which is the LN density pick.
I'm sensing a theme of these, the synergy of how this match is going to perform, because I do think China protecting Rice 2 is just an indication that they just really like consistency picks, and Malaysia is going for the unorthodox, just not straightforward picks. But it just so happens that if it has choke potential, Malaysia is going to pick that.
Yeah, I think Malaysia are probably going to be leaning towards the bottom half of this map pool, more so on the L-Lens, maybe on the hybrids. And I think China should just be hugging the Rice maps because they had some pretty good, or I'll say decent Rice scores from the round of 32.
It's definitely up there for at least when you expect number 1 seeded team to be able to perform. You just prepare to get blasted immediately when you see their team scores in terms of just their practice and being able to translate that into a tournament.
Yeah, I will say though, even though they are the number 1 seed, they did not score any number 1s on any of the maps that they've played, so we shall see how they will fare this time around though in the round of 16. They are going to go for Rice 4 first.
Winnipeg being their first pick. This is what I was talking about, picking unorthodox, just straight up choke heavy potential charts that, like, a lot of teams are kind of hesitant to pick this just because of the choke. It's how choke heavy the patterns intermingling in between, like one third junglers in between and the burst as well. It's kind of a one-off thing.
Yeah, a lot of mini jacks, long jacks, a lot of bursts. And some could argue that this is the hardest map in the pool. And China just going with it right out of the gate shows some confidence that they can definitely score really well on this, and Malaysia are now scrambling to assemble their roster. And I also believe this is the first time that we'll probably be seeing Donex and Parasol Tree from China, because both of them did not play last weekend.
Yeah, I didn't take Parasol Tree to be like the most prominent Rice player for China. Parasol Tree has been mostly playing hybrid along last year. So having them to play Rice is kind of a refreshing thing. Maybe they will score well. They should be able to take it.
Still waiting for Malaysia's third player, which I'm gonna say, yeah, okay, J-Lai. It should be the 6.
Yeah, we'll see. This lineup, you can kind of expect that China has been rotating their key main players. Although, given they have 2 absences from the previous round, so hopefully they have the full roster to be able to switch out and substitute members. It should be a clear indication that they are very well prepared.
Yeah, having the flexibility of your full roster is going to help when most likely this match is going to be flipping back and forth between Vice and LN and hybrids. Okay, I think we should be starting this map quite soon. It's going to be the test of experience and inexperience. Malaysia having their 2 MWC rookies in APQ and Vast. And for China's side, it will be WOM.
Yeah, alright. The first pick to start off this match being the hardest one. Hardest, or it's arguably the hardest one.
Yeah.
I would say Sharaku or Rise 6 being the also original. Maybe it's in between, I guess.
I'm moving to Winnipeg.
It's also decently fast at 245 BPM. So the physicality will definitely be showing a bit more than last weekend.
Yeah, just very fast patterns. There are kind of uncommon to see patterns that are just more packed into the middle columns more than anything.
Yeah, so far so good for China. Malaysia definitely still keeping a very close eye. Although all 3 players on China's side beating out Malaysia's, and it's going to grow now as Vast picks up the first miss of this lobby.
Yeah, there's a lot of like transitions like that between the first and then the jump blast. It's just really harsh to deal with.
Yeah, Vast picked up a flurry of 200s on some of those streams, the burst streams, in fact, dropping down to 99.6. So that's the one outlier so far out of the 6.
Yeah, China averaging on 99.92 in just on the middle section already. It's like a 5-digit figures for China.
Yeah, it's quite disgusting to see Donex also 99.97 leading the chart for China as their worst playing player, Parasol 3, 99.89, beating out anyone in Malaysia's roster right now.
It's quite I guess the density kind of like this one, the jumpless, and it's gonna pack on it like the last quarter, and I would expect more drops coming out of that.
Yeah, and especially when they're packed towards the end, the stamina factor will also start to kick in. And it's all about trying to focus, all about locking in. Just losing that kind of focus, you might pick up a drop in combo, not even accuracy.
Yeah, Vast recovered quite nicely after that miss, but then it's like a 1 miss deficit, and not even a miss deficit anymore. It's just accuracies keep skyrocketing up against China's now.
Yeah, Pelso 3 actually falling off a little bit, but you can see the entirety of Malaysia also falling off quite a bit. APQ now actually lower accuracy than Vast, as this map now comes to a close. And this should be a dominating lead. I say dominating, 17,000 points, but this is definitely a statement victory from China.
It is disgusting to see
Wow.
this team score like that.
96.
That's V1SS. Alright.
96!
I think
Okay.
I think 90. There's also one player that also got a 96-300. I'm not sure who.
Ooh. I mean, getting below 100 300s on this is almost unthinkable.
I think Gex got 96 as well. Maybe, yeah. So it's apparently if it's the same, that is just consistency. It's Donex is just another realm.
picking up where they left off from last year. But now we get to see Malaysia going for LN1, going for their protect immediately, trying to get some confidence back.
Yeah, I believe not too surprising for Malaysia picking long nodes against China. As their strong suit has always been long nodes for Malaysia, having Leon as their one of the key veterans for being a long time long node player back in what 2020, 21 or something along those lines. They're certainly trained to do like the rest of the Malaysians are certainly very well versed in long nodes in general.
Yeah, Leon definitely brings in some experience. They are the only player on Malaysia's side that actually has a top 3 finish in 4K MWC, and that was back in 2021. So it's really cool to still see them 4 years later still playing at the highest level.
Yeah, let's see if they still got it at this level. This pool is just on general terms hard. It's very hard to keep consistency. Like if you would talk to me like 5 or 6 years ago, the pool has been totally different in terms of difficulty level.
Yeah, we are scaling pretty quick. Like maybe back in 2021, this map would be like quarterfinals, maybe even semifinals, and Leon is already having to play it at the round of 16.
They're on equal footing though, at the very least. China has a little bit of a issue on Parasol Tree side, having the lowest accuracy and maybe not matching any of the Malaysians, but on average, China still has the lead.
Yeah, this is actually quite interesting to see from China. I was expecting Warm to actually play this, but instead it's gonna be 4 melt. So they are doing quite well though, 99.86. It's actually Parasol Tree falling off from the other 2 players of China, 99.77, and that is why this lead is so small.
Yun Hong is now below on the Parasol Tree's accuracy. It might have picked up a few 200s on overholding release this year.
Yeah, still keeping it quite close. Malaysia doing all they can. J-Lai leading the way. Leon picking up a bit of an accuracy drop, but still very close. And you can see some accuracy dropping from the side of China as well.
Yeah, Parasol Tree now is below on the 3 Malaysians' accuracy right here.
Yeah, this is still definitely in contention for Malaysia to try and get their point. China are not letting this go though.
It's still within like one miss, and it's just pretty much a tug of war. And I don't think we've seen this happening.
Yeah, as long as China just keep this up, they can afford a couple of accuracy drops and they will still be able to win this out. But it is going to be extremely close right towards the end. 6-way FC, 3,000 points, and China take the break point. Oh my goodness, these accuracies.
JJ Lion Donex with their V1SS. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. You can clearly tell that the weakest ratio in this is just Parasol Tree with like 6-to-1, 377 300s, and even the highest 200 count is 3.
It's 3 200s total versus 5 200s total. And this is a seed 1 versus seed 16. There's 15 seeds difference and it's this close.
They're just clearly showing that they're not going down without a fight here. But apparently
Definitely.
China has a decent lead going forward, having to know their long node skill sets here.
Yeah, and China going for their protect, Rise 2. We go from protect to protect.
Yeah, protect to protect, consistency check, or it's jump streams, and it's just jump stream after jump stream, and maybe they throw in some bursts for good measure.
Yeah, time to see the player changes. We'll see if there will be any. I think Malaysia definitely will be opting a couple. APQ now in. We'll see if Leon wants to play this, because I think Leon played Heaven Station, which was the Rise 2 of the round of 32. We do see Sha Tiao, that's a Chinese player, so maybe someone from China will be swapping out.
Or
not.
Actually, no.
Ooh.
It's some probably indecisions on who to play for the Team China here.
Yeah, we do see Jay Lai though from Malaysia. Okay, there is a change from China. So Formal is out and Warm. Yeah. Yeah, this is understandable. Warm did manage to MVP for China for Vice 2 last weekend. And of course, if you're playing probably mid-tier Vice map, you always want to have Donex from China.
I mean, at this point, it's just you would expect to having Donex in every single round,
Every single map.
every single man, every single round. I mean, thankfully it doesn't have SV, so Donex can play everything now.
Yeah. That's definitely something to point out. There are no SVs in any of the map pools this tournament. So some of the teams definitely had to change a bit of their player composition. I think for China, they are loving having to not play SVs anymore. So yeah, Parasol 3 is actually staying in for this, so that's quite interesting.
Yeah, just in general, probably just no swaps, I think.
Yep.
Probably just still debating on who's got the better consistency in their practice runs.
But yeah, this is just straightforward 239 BPM jump stream. It's about 3 minutes though, so once again, stamina is going to be a big factor, and Worm will be the first one to drop. The rookie of China.
Oh, actually, yeah.
That's a bit messy as well, 99.6.
Yeah, it's after the 400, so maybe the score effect is going to be a little bit more impactful than you would see to think.
Yeah, but for the first time this match, we actually see this lead turn blue. Malaysia have it in their hands.
There's still like a lot of the chart to go, so you would expect to have to recovery quite nicely.
This is kind of where the experience of playing these kinds of stamina-inducing maps come into play. My gosh, Donex.
Well, yeah, Donex has been, I don't know, 99.99, 1500 nodes in.
Oh man. We'll see if they keep this up. Because right now Malaysia still have a chokehold on this lead. All players still holding pretty strongly.
Yeah, lead's kind of shrinking now. It's not just under 4,000, given that Wem has been recovered quite nicely, going up to the 99.85-ish.
Yeah, accuracy from Malaysia are actually dropping. APQ and JLI both under 99.9. And so what once was a 4,000 point lead now cut to 3,000, actually under that. As JLI drops a bit more accuracy again. And especially at these
close,
parts,
actually.
Yeah, it's getting very close, and especially with these parts where you're really having to save and conserve your stamina when there's not really much of these consistent streams. Now we're back into the consistent streams, and this is where your hands might start to burn. And when they start to burn, you really need to focus way more than before. And you can see this lead now 2,000 points.
You really need to feel the burn at this point. And not only is just 2,000, they're decreasing 1,000 every 15 seconds or so.
Oh my gosh, does Malaysia have enough time to hold on to this lead and try and get a point on the board?
No 300s needed for Malaysia to get this through. It's cut down again, slowly.
Malaysia have to lock in. Any combo drops fatal, but even any accuracy drops fatal as well. It's 1,000
China's
points.
surging very late, actually. I'm not sure if it's actually gonna be enough for them.
Oh my god, oh my gosh!
That's a jump scare and a half. Oh my goodness me.
That was way too close. 118 points saved by the bell of the map ending. Oh my goodness, Malaysia.
Malaysia won that pick by a nose, literally. It's just within a 5-note gap.
If APQ missed half a second earlier, that's a China point. 100%. My goodness, APQ.
That 5-note gap miss saved that point. It's literally that's literally where the difference lies.
Yeah, and no rest. Malaysia going for the other open LN map, being anti-safety zone.
I mean, they are on the anti-safety zone, having to watch that point being ripped apart.
I think we were so in awe by that 118 point victory from Malaysia. We completely forgot that Don X got like 59 300s on Rise 2.
So yeah, once we haven't got to mention that that's a double break point in that situation. So Malaysia got their morale boost back.
That is a morale boost indeed, and we'll see if Malaysia will finally be able to convert a pick into a point.
Yeah, all right. This is one of the situations that Malaysia will have to swap out. I guess for LN, you would expect LN and Hybrid Picks to have this 3-man team for this Leon, Jayla, and Yeon Hong for most of the hybrid and long nodes, and maybe you can throw in Vasti for the occasional Rice hybrid kind of thing. But it's just what Malaysia is going to play around with it.
Yeah, so this is the more mixed LN pick. You could say it's maybe leaning a little bit towards density, with a couple of shields.
Yeah, there's just a lot of going on, for sure. Starting off not quite badly, absolutely. Yeon Hong and Parasol being the lowest performers after a little bit of the 1/3 section coming up.
Yeah, and that's very messy! That's a combo drop, but they dropped down to 99.4%, and now China will be running away a little bit with this lead as Leon tries to pick it back up to 400 combo.
Yeah, misreading that shield entirely for Leon.
Yeah, this lead might go to a 5-digit one, but it does seem like Leon has been able to stabilize following that mess up. So it is still in the 4-digit realm as Malaysia try and chase down China.
That's about as solid as a lead as you can get for China, especially having almost 5-digit figures up until this middle section.
Yeah, I mean the player to really keep an eye out for will be Parasol Tree. The lowest accuracy of the bunch. Same with Yeon Hong. Time with Yeon Hong, I should say.
It really needs to have a miss. I do not think that accuracy drop will be enough in this case.
Yeah. It's gonna be an eye for an eye here.
Well, yeah, they performed the danger, supposedly. And not
and
really apparently.
Yeah, and right afterwards a 200, but Formal will find a miss themselves. Things are going to be kept a little bit more interesting. It's a trade, but not a complete trade.
They're still down by a 1 miss deficit. All things considered, the accuracy for Formal is just very clean.
Yeah, they are still tying the best accuracy for Malaysia, even with the miss. That's probably just going to tell the whole story for China. And they should be taking another breakpoint back to back to back as Yeon Hong will put the nail in the coffin. 298 from China, even with the miss. And Don X again with another V1SS. Same with J-Lai.
Alright, that's 4 V1SS's in total for Don X. Or 4 out of 4, I would say. J-Lai with 2 out of 4.
Yeah, very impressive showing so far.
Boy,
But
oh boy.
alas, when you're up against seed number 1,
Malaysia needs to actually. I would say that 3 break points now, and China has the opportunity to get things back on track.
yep. But the question is, what would they want to go for? What would be safe?
Sharaku is just maybe they're one of their scarier picks because Winnipeg has been winning almost entirely convincing.
Yeah, Vice 6 could potentially be an option. I could argue and say Vice 1 might be one as well to think of.
We haven't seen a lot of Rice One or his world being played in this. It's a quite a funny pick for a speed chart, but you would think that they are hesitant to pick that just because of the speed and maybe just the awkwardness of the stream.
Yeah, it's only been picked twice so far. So I also wouldn't be surprised if China just completely ignore it. And there we go, Sharaku it is. The also original.
The popular pick for this round, second or third popular that is given. This pick is volatile up until the last 30 seconds of it.
Yeah, it's been picked 4 times already, and this will be the 5th time it will be shown. So we will definitely be seeing some swaps.
I mean, you would expect Malaysia to have the same 3-man team, although maybe Yon Hong probably would play this instead of APQ. I'm not sure.
And we shall see if Malaysia opt for that swap.
Exactly the same
for
3-man.
Yeah. So Malaysia looking to hope to try and keep some momentum after picking up a breakpoint earlier. China looking to try and convert this into at least map point to try and gun down that quarterfinals berth.
If I'm honest, I'm gonna be sad if this ends up being a breakpoint number 4 because otherwise this would have been.
I will be surprised.
This would have been so messy.
Like if this actually turns into a breakpoint, it just opens the door for Malaysia, and it closes a couple of doors for China.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, apparently Yon's stuck. So probably most likely going to be a swap. I believe APQ probably will be playing for Malaysia. Yeah, there you go.
Definitely. Yeah, so once again, the 2 Malaysian rookies back in. And WoM, the China rookie, playing alongside the 2 Chinese players that got 2nd place last year.
Yeah, they're. I guess I wouldn't call it an OG, but it's definitely they're one of the two of the veterans.
2 of the experienced players, been there, done that. Trying to give China their first ever 4K Mania World Cup victory in 4K.
Yeah, let's see if this pick ends up being actually good for them. I wouldn't say that after that what happened in the jump stream pick, it was actually just a heartbreaking situation where you reverse choke the entire charge.
Yeah. But I guess as the more you play into a match, the less nerve that you'll get. We'll see if this applies to any of the rookies. But it's actually a daylight.
I wouldn't say you should not act the flames, but apparently what Don X did is the opposite.
Oh, is it?
I didn't see any 300s on that flame. Other than rainbows, I guess.
Completely locking in to the pattern. And you'll be seeing more of these. Malaysia keeping it tight. APQ just a little bit behind. Everyone else holding 99.9s.
Oh my goodness, that's the highest actually for 850 nodes in, and it's still around 99.99.
Yeah, Donex is just kind of living in another world right now.
Still, even score difference is actually still eerily close after what happened in the. Even though the lowest accuracy, let me tell you, this is crazy. Lowest accuracy is 99.87.
Yeah, this is just phenomenal performances all round so far, but we're only halfway into the map. This map is gonna get slightly harder.
By slightly harder, it's you get spikes here and there in the second, like what, the last quarter. And once you get there, there's no turning back.
Yep, indeed. China's point to lose.
Yeah, there's no turning back, and apparently, score is shrinking somewhat.
Yeah, because Worm has dropped below 99.9, but APQ is also dropping slightly, 99.85, and this lead actually now 4 digits. Malaysia still doing all they can.
Right here.
Oh yeah, this section is brutal. Will it catch any player terribly? Doesn't seem like it.
Burst. Watch that burst. It's actually gonna tear up people.
The lead actually grew towards China. Just the back of J-Line, APQ picking up a couple of accuracy drops.
Lead solidifying a little bit towards China after what happened in the burst. And oh my
gosh.
Oh wow, that is the missing at the tail end of that section.
And that will do it. China will pick up point and it will be match point to them. After Malaysia kept it so close.
Wait, hang on. You don't just get almost 999. 57! That's the 3v1, that's the full v1 double S in China.
I'm sorry, 2992 as well?
It could have been 6 v1 double S as well.
I mean, the crazy thing is this isn't even the best team score we've seen on Sharaku because Korea has a better score. It's just that, what the heck did Donex do?
Let me just remind everyone that when you have almost 3 v1 double S on a team, that is seed number 16 on one of the harder charts in the pool.
Yeah. Seed number 16.
They're not playing around. They're not joking when they are going to like the lower bracket. Well, you have lowered your chances to win. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say.
Whoever is on the path to potentially face Malaysia in the lower bracket, good luck to you. But of course, it's not over till it's over. Nothing is set in stone until the match is over. Malaysia will still have their pick. But it is looking a little bit grim because the only picks left are hybrids and rice, and they shouldn't be picking rice, and they are going for Igaku, hybrid 3.
Alright, this is the... or just somewhat... well, I guess not somewhat similar. I guess in terms of dumb, we have dumb with Ellens in it. That's kind of what it is.
We got funny. We got you. So this is a vocal dump hybrid. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess this is the if you took like a Rice 5 and you made it somewhat like a long note pick. That's what it felt like when I saw the chart in Showcase, I guess.
Yeah, and this chart can be pretty brutal. We've seen some team scores on it so far. And when teams like Philippines, South Korea, they have been struggling on this We shall see.
Is this where Yeon Hong comes back in, or is Yeon Hong still stuck? All right, not stuck anymore.
Yeah, let's go. Yeon Hong has escaped lag hell.
At this point, Malaysia really needs to win their next 3 picks, and they have to they have to really chase China down in terms of getting that accuracy. And even though China's accuracy has been so far superior, that they really need to bank on misses. And what China did is the opposite. They just having full combos left and right, even V1 double S's at some points.
Yeah, but what we can definitely see from this match so far is that China are not invincible. They can be beaten. They can be human. So we shall see.
Not sure. Hang on.
Bancho is being a little bit funny. I don't know if that J-Line miss is Bancho. It might actually have not been.
Well, just wait. I haven't seen too much of it. We see a couple red names before J-Line missed, or somewhere like that. And apparently it looks like a legitimate miss, so that's a disadvantage for Malaysia here.
Yeah, and accuracy from Malaysia as well. All below China. So this is probably the clearest lead we've seen from China so far this match.
Yeah, that's... I mean, so far the difference has been below 12,000 at the highest score difference. This is way beyond.
Yeah, once again, Donnet just holding the flag high for China. 99.87. But also, the other players from China are doing really well to keep up.
Doing relatively well so far. Yeah, just these patterns are just the pinnacle of how dumb existed, and this is just really hard to hack through.
It is very egregious, it is very rude, and it has caught Yeon Hong off as well. So this could be the start of the end for Malaysia's winner bracket hopes. China eyeing that quarterfinal winner bracket berth. 25,000 points, and it's growing. And Leon will fall. Malaysia no longer has any FCs remaining. And that will do it. China will seal that quarterfinals round. Winner's bracket berth. And those are accuracies. 5 200s total.
Well, that's what happens. Apparently, Don X broke the 5v1 double S streak. And it is
unfortunately.
Well, to be fair, Malaysia really had a really good run on the winner on the high end of the bracket, and having to face China and taking a point out of a break, their China's pick here.
Yeah,
it's really just, well, you know, Malaysia will gonna have a probably easier time on beating out the lower bracket teams if they kept up performing like this kind of stuff.
Yeah, definitely we'll see more of Malaysia next weekend. They are not eliminated, they will still be playing the quarterfinals lower bracket. And for China, they will be going into the quarterfinals winners bracket. And that will do it for this match. But we still got a couple more ahead of us.
Yeah, we do get 2 matches apparently, or I should say, in about 51 minutes we have 2 matches actually that will happen at the same time. So there will be probably 2 streams for that.
Yeah, but with that being said, we also have banners available at the O store. If you wanna fancy taking a banner, buying a banner for any of the 32 teams still remaining in the tournament, or even if they have been eliminated, you can still purchase one to support the players, support the team, support the staff of this tournament. And if you purchase the banner of the winning team, you get to hold that banner for a year.
And yeah, you can stack those banners as well if you would want to. That the profile page would be look really colorful if you support all teams in that are participating in the Mania World Cup too. So that's also a privilege to see that your profile page is going to be longer because you have to keep scrolling farther down.
That is true. But yeah, that will do it for us here. Anything else you want to add, Mifa?
I believe that we also, given that we do have a little bit of a like 45 or 50-minute break just before we get to 2 matches, so be sure to check out the Osa Stream Live B as well if you want to check out that one match that are also going to be streamed. So yeah, that's all we're probably going to say until we get to that match. We'll be seeing you all there.
Yep, we'll see you all back here in the mainstream for Hong Kong versus Peru.
traveling from parallel universes beckons intrepid adventurers. Each universe presents distinct laws of physics, alternate histories, and uncharted wonders. As we journey, we encounter reflections of ourselves and ponder the myriad possibilities that cope us with it. Guided by curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, we embrace the thrill of discovery amidst enigmatic landscapes. This cosmic odyssey, the dance with destiny, reaffirms the unbreakable spirit of human curiosity, a feeling that the wonders of the multiverse are limitless.
夜明けを待つ僕らの目の前正しさ分かられた世に浮かぶ君を苦しめるものなら僕が閉じ込めておくから同じ夢を見られたいから焼き付くのはせない景色と思いゆえ舞うかけら君の声君の歌が今も僕のそばで鳴る目に映る世界は白くまだ夜に揺らいで
Alright, hello everybody, and welcome back to some more Osumania 4Key World Cup 2025 action. We've got some more round of 16 matchups coming up. We've got our number 4 seed Hong Kong versus our number 20 seed Peru, one of our victors from the many upsets we had in the round of 32 weekend, looking to pull another one off, but certainly a bit tougher of a challenge this time around going against the number 4 seed. I am going to be one of your commentators for this match, Toke Daddy, joined here by Sun Apple. How's it going?
Hello, hello, hello. I'm so excited for this match. Peru has been my dark horse for many years at this point. I'm excited to see them in winner's bracket for round of 16, which honestly, looking at the qualifiers, I didn't expect this at all. But this is going to be a very difficult match for Peru. Because Hong Kong is just so strong on everything, even on the rice that Peru is really, really good at.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw from last week Peru primarily taking advantage against Brazil on the rice picks, but we're able to take a couple of the Ellen picks, take advantage of a few inconsistencies from the other side. And if Hong Kong finds some inconsistencies themselves, I could definitely see Peru keeping it close enough to take points, like just off of mistakes from Hong Kong.
Yeah, I mean, all throughout the weekend, we've been seeing so many players take misses after misses just on not necessarily random sections, but all over maps. So it is very possible for Hong Kong to have a miss and then Peru to snag a point, just like they did a lot during their match against Brazil.
Yeah, absolutely. But we see the rolls coming out. We see the first Protect coming out from Peru, but with the Protects and bans coming out, I do want to mention Hong Kong, Peru, not the only match going on right now. We actually have two other matchups happening at the same time as this match. One will be streamed on Osu Live 2, which will be Denmark versus Spain. So if you want to go check that out, we have a link in the chat there. And then Venezuela versus Japan will also be streamed unofficially, also linked in the chat right now. So those two matches going on at the same time as this one, but we'll get back to Hong Kong versus Peru as we start seeing the bans coming out. We saw an LN2 Protect from Hong Kong, Rice 2 Protect from Peru. I think that's an expected situation, and Peru immediately going with the LN3 ban. So I think the script of this match looking about what we expected it to be. Hong Kong going to be sticking around the long note and hybrid area, trying to take advantage of Peru's weaknesses, and Peru going to be sticking with the Rice side.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what will be picked first. It should be, I believe, Hong Kong picking first. So I would assume it'd be somewhere in the LN category, maybe something like LN1, just to test out Peru's release abilities, since I think that is probably one of Peru's weakest abilities. And I think just getting a really, really strong first point would be really, really good on a Peru who is on a hot streak right now, having pretty good morale, I would say, and maybe taking a very, very sizable lead on an LN would be really, really good to bring that down.
Yeah, definitely playing with house money right now against the number 4 seed, have everything to gain, pretty much nothing to lose. Obviously, they'd like to get themselves into that winners quarterfinals position. But, you know, number 20 seed, it's hard to have those kinds of expectations, and they're putting themselves in the perfect position to not have kind of any pressure going towards them. Just an exciting matchup for them. And the first pick does come out. Hybrid 1 actually going to be the selection from Hong Kong. So not quite going to take the LN pool by storm. Just gonna sneak into it. Gonna stick with the hybrid. Go with something a little bit more straightforward. I am actually kind of curious about a pick like this because this is very straightforward, very easy to get good accuracy on, especially in those rice sections. I imagine in the rice side of things, Peru will be able to keep up. It's just about whether they're going to be able to combo through the faster LN density sections throughout this map.
I do kind of like this, honestly, though, because I feel like Hong Kong's main goal throughout this match will just be being able to be as consistent as possible, because they will have the advantage on a lot of the maps, and it's really going to be coming down to whether they can get those three-way FCs, and playing it something a bit simpler will definitely help them out, not having to think too much about like those mini jacks that can be present, or I guess some of the more awkward trills and stuff that are all over the place on some of the other maps.
Yeah, that definitely is an important thing to mention. It's interesting to say that as well, given, one, Peru's Protect. Peru protected Rice 2, so keeping that consistency available as far as the Rice pool is concerned. And also Hong Kong's ban, which was the Rice 4, which is not the most straightforward, but it's largely a slower jack-based pick plus broken jump stream, which can be really easy to get good accuracy on as long as you have the stamina and consistency to keep up with it. So it'll be interesting to see how the strategy kind of changes throughout, especially based on how this matchup for map number 1 out of a possible 9 goes on Hybrid 1.
Yeah, but we will be getting into the first map of this match, and nothing much will be shown for a bit, just because that's how these matches always are. Very, very close at the start, and then immediately we'll see a probably slight lead on one of the teams.
Yeah, we see that slight lead kind of showing in favor of Hong Kong, but accuracy's quite balanced across the board. Looks like there is a very slight accuracy advantage on the side of Hong Kong, just off of Quotient's incredible accuracy so far, 99.92, well above the rest of the lobby right now, though. Koshipan and Minato both holding very strong. All three ahead of all three accuracies on Hong Kong, actually better than all three on Peru, despite the 6-way full combos so far, and quite strong accuracies in general. Leads only about 2,000 points, but like we mentioned, if the consistency matters and Hong Kong's able to hold on to the combos through this map, they should have a road into their first victory.
Yeah, and it's already evident. Actually, we do see Minato Aquafan taking a break, and that lead immediately switches. I was just about to say how Peru is taking a lot of accuracy drops on these LN sections, but I mean, it doesn't matter if there's a miss, so Peru really just have to hold as much as possible at this point. Halfway through the map, so there is a lot of time for Peru to have to hold on for.
Yeah, we actually, on top of the miss from Minato Aquafan, Koshipan actually also found a little bit of an accuracy drop down to 99.77, which is only serving to support Peru's attempts to take this break point right away. We have about a third of the map left, but this is where the density starts to pick up. You can see the score is not quite indicative of being about 75% of the way through. So a lot still to get through and a lot of opportunities for Hong Kong to make it back, but they're likely going to need some mistakes from Peru, whether that be big accuracy drops or another miss on their side. But for now, Peru looking like they are poised to take this point away from Hong Kong immediately.
Yeah, a 5k lead at this point, I think with this little map left, isn't able to be brought through with just accuracy alone, and also Dendro's act has been so strong.
3,000 points, it's dropping fast as we get into the last few patterns of this, into the jump stream. That lead is shrinking very slowly, but it doesn't look like there's going to be enough time as we get into the last patterns. And Peru going to take an immediate break point.
Wow, I know in the pre-show we were talking about how Peru may be swept, but it's looking like that's not going to be the case, and instead, immediately we see an unexpected turn happening. 2k lead for Peru on that. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it. We talked about the fact that the accuracies from Peru are not quite as good as Hong Kong in general, but they're close enough that singular misses can be huge. And I also said that I didn't necessarily know how I felt about Hybrid 1, just because I knew that Peru would have an opportunity to keep consistent on it. But a great start to this matchup by Peru, and they have an opportunity to consolidate a lead very early on.
Yeah, and I mean, Peru's definitely up in the clouds at this point. So excited about getting an early breakpoint, since I feel like they kind of need one going into TV if they do have to. Would be very devastating. And having that little advantage is so nice at the early game. But we will be seeing Rice 5 Celebration come out from Peru.
You gotta go with the speedier of the tech picks. I imagine this is going to be in a similar situation where they're just looking for mistakes. I think ultimately Hong Kong should have an advantage in accuracy, but this is the type of map that's pretty easy to find breaks on and can be very easy to rush bad accuracy on.
Yeah, and this map is pretty long, honestly, for a Rice map. 3 minutes is a long time to be able to have to stay consistent for. There's not too many breaks as well, so, I mean, Peru has a pretty good chance of just being able to, if they can, 3-way FC and take the point.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone getting into the lobby pretty quick. Koshipan and Quotient staying in for Hong Kong. Kura swapping out for Minato Aquafan. Peru making a couple swaps themselves. Dendro coming in. And we'll get into Peru's first pick in the map.
Yeah, interesting to see Anku not playing for Peru. They may just be a core jack specialist. I know they were one of the top players in their last match. But that being said, we do see an early break from Dendro, so that 3-way FC that I was talking about is not going to happen, and Peru's going to have to fight through so much throughout this map.
Yeah, now they're behind in terms of combo and accuracy, and Hong Kong going to take an early lead. That was before 400 combo, so it's not going to be quite as impactful, but that miss is going to be impactful from Lolito there. 2 misses on the side of Peru already, and Hong Kong looking like they're trying to avenge their breakpoint very quickly, though. We mentioned this map about 3 minutes long, so plenty of time for Peru to recover and to see if they can find Hong Kong with a couple of breaks to try and come back into this match.
Yeah, Hong Kong is looking for blood though. We saw this in the last map. All of the Hong Kong players have higher accuracy, significantly higher accuracies than any of the Peruvians. So they are not letting an inch go through them.
Yeah, absolutely not. Lowest accuracy on Hong Kong right now is 99.85. Dendro is right behind them despite that miss early on. So that's some really impressive accuracy from Dendro, though I think we're seeing a couple of accuracy drops across the board. Quotient and Dendro both finding a couple 200s, but no misses. So Hong Kong still going to maintain about 17,000 points of lead halfway through this map.
Yeah, there's still a lot of time. It is definitely very possible for Hong Kong to choke, especially in the later half. And I think it will take 1 or 2 chokes because a 17k lead is just very, very big. It's hard to overcome, especially with how consistent Hong Kong has been with their accuracy. They've been very, very disciplined at being able to keep their 300 counts so low. And that is going to be able to help them out so much if a miss does come. And a fourth the way through, Quotient takes a very dirty drop.
That was an incredible caster curse. That is going to be a miss for Hong Kong, and that lead does start to shrink, but accuracy should keep them afloat in general. It was quite a clean miss, not even dropping below the 99.8, but that's a second drop by Quotient, and we're going to go into 4-digit territories for that lead. We have about 200,000 points worth of score available in this map, so there's still an opportunity for Peru to come back if we start to see more mistakes, and that lead is slowly shrinking as Quotient tries to build back up to 400.
Yeah, and you know Quotient at this point is just trying their best to keep their combo as high as possible, but we get to that 400 combo mark, this bleeding will be stemmed, only a bit left, and Hong Kong has a 10k lead. There's not much that Peru, I think, can do at this point. Hong Kong will be able to take a back-to-back breakpoint, or there were back-to-back breakpoints.
Yeah, 2 breakpoints in a row in this matchup, 1-1. It's a clean slate for both of these teams, and Hong Kong will have a chance to right their wrongs from that Hybrid 1 selection with a great performance there on Rice 5. Just a couple misses from Quotient right at the end, but the accuracy from his teammates was more than enough to make up for that, especially keeping up with Lolito, who had a couple misses earlier on.
Yeah, and Kuroha's score is kind of insane, 1-11 ratio right there. 996 is absolutely absurd for only V1SS in lobby.
Yeah, a little bit of a tragic score actually from Dendro there, who had a V1SS outside of what looked like the single mistake that they made early on in the map, and an even better ratio, 211 300s. That could have been a game changer, in all honesty. But hybrids are going to be the selection yet again for Hong Kong, still avoiding the long note pool for the time being. This one going to be the arguably most awkward of the hybrid picks, trying to probably just taking what they learned from that Rise 5 selection, go with something that's a little bit more awkward and a little bit more mistake heavy so that they can have maybe a little bit more buffer and hope that Peru also finds mistakes if they do.
Yeah, this is also a very, very short map, so not much room for error just throughout the entirety. So Peru is going to have to stay on their A game through this. Maybe they will be able to replicate what they saw in Hybrid 1. Maybe they are just hybrid demons in disguise as Rice players.
Yeah, absolutely. But so far, not just one swap out right now. Eric, Lolito, and Dendro sticking in. Minato Aquafan coming in for Hong Kong, Koshipen and Kuroha staying in for that side.
Yeah, but we do just have to wait for the players to ready. it is interesting to see no quotient, as you did say. Maybe they just aren't feeling too consistent after that Rice map, and they just want somebody who's feeling very, very well right now. I do know Quotient has been the star player for Hong Kong for the previous 2 years, but I mean, this year has been a bit different.
Yeah, we saw them actually get the MVP in the lobby for the Hybrid 1 selection, so it's a little surprising to see them dropping out for the Hybrid 3 selection here. Intro coming through, accuracy a little bit weaker across the board. Hong Kong, no one above 99.8 across the board, which we saw everyone from Hong Kong able to handle that for the other maps, but it's no surprise with a map like this, even with OD 7.3, these releases and flams on the long notes are no joke to get good accuracy on, but even despite that, they're still holding on to a very slight accuracy lead, and with the prevalence of the LNs and mini jacks, it continues to grow as Peru is not able to recover, and Dendro is going to find a first break in this map.
Yeah, and Kuroha is an interesting player to know at this 99.8. Absolutely insane, absolutely gapping the whole lobby, honestly. And Lolito taking another miss is going to swing this lead over, and a full combo reset for Peru after Eric breaks. A 20k lead is just going to continue to grow further and further as we go on into the map. And it's honestly looking very difficult for Peru at this point.
Yeah, just a third of the map left, but 26,000 points of difference is a massive lead to try to come back from, especially with 3 full combos to 0.
Yeah, those bursts that we saw really threw off Peru, and I mean, they will continue to show up just throughout, so I really hope they're able to hold on for the later half. And Hong Kong does take a miss or two, but I think it'll take more than just that.
Yeah, for sure. As we come up to the final few patterns, Kuroha is going to find a drop, but that should not be enough for Peru to come back. It'll drop the lead a little bit, but still looking at probably around 23,000 points of advantage. And that is going to be a victory for Hong Kong. First own point in this match brings it to 2-1. Peru still not in a bad spot, but needs to win their own pick here in order to keep it even Stevens for the first 4 maps here.
Yeah, that was a bit sad to see from Kuroha just at the end taking a break, and what was very dirty of a break since they went down so much in accuracy. Still, almost getting the top score in the lobby.
It is going to be Peru's pick here, though. And Rice 5 didn't quite go their way. I could see them going into some of the more straightforward picks. I could see a Rice 2 or a Rice 3 coming out based on how things have gone so far. I don't know if they would want to dig back into that tech pool. And it is going to be Rice 3, going to go with the Jack selection. Both of these two teams having had a very strong outing in the round of 32 Jack pick. But at this point, so far, this match has come down to misses, really. And if you're looking at a Rice 3 pick, if anyone misses, that might be game over for this pick.
Yeah, especially Court. Rice a bit, but especially Core Jacks are very, very black and white. I feel like players generally do super, super well or find a miss or two, especially in these earlier game maps. And I feel like this Core Jack map is very easy to take a miss on. An interesting thing to note is that Anku is not playing this, even though they did get the top score in the tournament last week on the Core Jack map.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this ends up going. It'll be a tough matchup for Peru to take on. Accuracy should favor Hong Kong, and on a map like this, accuracy usually matters a lot. But I don't think we've seen a 6-way full combo come out on anything so far this match. We've seen a lot of misses coming out from both teams. It's going to be largely about consistency going into this.
Yeah, and it looks like this is going to be our lineups. Peru's going to need to stay as consistent as possible. I really hope this is going to be our first 6-way FC, but I mean, looking at the match so far, I don't even know if that's going to happen. I think it's very easy for anyone to break.
Absolutely. If I expect any breaks to happen, it's in this intro with some of those really awkward bursts. And we see everyone getting into this burst starting to come out. No misses coming out yet. We'll have to see how accuracy fares through this. It looks like Hong Kong with a very slight accuracy lead, but not by much. Well, actually, there was a pretty big accuracy drop from Dendro down to 99.7. And on a jack map like this, that is very significant.
Yeah, it's so significant, especially considering everybody on Hong Kong is above that 99.9, just absolutely flawlessly hitting these, probably on single-digit 300s at this point. And this lead at this 4K mark has been slightly growing. This map is decently short again. We're almost already halfway through, which is kind of absurd, and this lead has only grown further and further as Peru has been struggling a bit more on accuracy.
Yeah, a little bit of a struggle on accuracy comparatively. Dendro is making it back after that early accuracy drop, but still just about 5,000 points halfway through this map, and Hong Kong is flying free right now. As long as they keep this accuracy up, all they need to do is not find any mistakes. We do see a couple of bursts, and Koshapen is actually going to find one of the mistakes that Peru needs to get back into this. And on a map like this with high accuracies, those leads can shrink very quickly. Already down below 3,000. We're only 200 combo up for Koshapen. This is going to get extremely close by the time Koshapen hits 400 combo. But Eric is going to trade it back, and Hong Kong can maybe breathe a sigh of relief after not having to get so close in lead, and are expanding it to about 10,000 points going into the ending.
Yeah, that point difference was looking to be around the 3 digits if Eric didn't take that miss, and we're going to need to see at least 1 or 2 misses from Hong Kong, but instead Dendro is taking a miss at the end, and that will give Hong Kong the breakpoint back.
Yeah, 200 across the board for Hong Kong and 1 miss. A little bit of a struggle on the accuracy side for Peru, plus trading that miss back is the nail in the coffin for them on that pick, and Hong Kong with a chance to bring it to match point if they pick well here.
Yeah, and Quotient top scoring that 52,300 is very, very impressive. It is very funny to see because I feel like at the start they had one of the lower accuracies on Hong Kong and instead have gained since the start.
Yeah, just absolutely ridiculous.
But now it's time for Hong Kong to choose what they possibly want to get a match point on, and they said Rice too? That's kind of... Picking the protector of Peru is kind of crazy.
That is a bold decision, especially since the only pick that Hong Kong has lost so far was Hybrid 1. Which is just, like, Hybrid 1 is largely a jump stream and density LN focused pick. If there was another pick that I think Peru could reasonably take based on how Hong Kong is playing, it would be this.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not too big of a fan of this. I don't know whether Hong Kong just wants to, like, prove to Peru that they, I guess, they're not as good as they think they are.
Who knows? Just making a bold decision, trying to take it to match point on Peru's Protect. And we see a swap in for Eric. Sophie is coming in for Peru. We're not going to see any swap outs from Hong Kong. It looks like Koshapen, Kuraha, and Quotient looking like the team of 3 on this Rice 2 selection.
Yeah, I am not too sure if Sophie played last match, so interesting to see. This may be one of their first matches, or first maps, and definitely is their first map in this match, so probably just very, very confident on this Rice 2 map.
could definitely see that being the case, though. Rice 2 is another one of those maps where I think getting good accuracy on it is quite straightforward. And I could definitely see Peru feeling very comfortable on this as well.
Alright, and the good looks have funds have gone out. So we will be going into the map. Hong Kong looking to get match point. Won't be able to immediately win, but still just one step further to being able to advance to quarterfinals in the winner's side.
Yeah, absolutely, but Peru certainly not trying to go away without a fight. This early section not doing super well for the proving accuracy. Sophie and Lolita both having some struggles below 99.8, whereas all three Hong Kong players above 99.9 alongside Dendro. The accuracy gonna favor Hong Kong for now, and that lead should start increasing a little bit more quickly as long as these accuracies stay consistent.
Yeah, and we get a slight bit of a break, and we will be seeing that Hong Kong having this slight lead. Koshpen doing so well for their team, even if their score is being cancelled out by Dendro.
Just comes down to the backup accuracies for each team. Kuraha and Quotient well out accuracy Sophie and Lolito from Peru. Sophie actually dropping below 99.7, but Koshipen, the one with the very high accuracy, does find the first combo break of this map here. That lead does start to shrink, but this is a quite long map, quite high no count, but a second miss from Koshipen is going to start giving the lead over to Peru, despite having better accuracy on Hong Kong.
I don't believe Koshipen's or what's at that combo.
Oh my goodness.
And once again, another break, and that's going to be so good for Peru. 3 in a row.
Potentially an over-acting situation where trying too hard to get good accuracy is just causing them to trip up a little bit. But that's 3 misses from Koshipen, and now back up to 400 combo should allow Hong Kong to start getting this lead back in their favor, but for the time being, Peru is holding on to it.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of time for Hong Kong to come back. We are seeing this lead shrink. It is in the 3 digits, and it's actually looking like it's back to Hong Kong's side. Even with Koshipen's misses, Peru's supporting scores just aren't strong enough compared to Hong Kong at this point.
Yeah, that accuracy playing a massive role right now with Kuraha and Quotient still holding above 99.9, matching Dendro and Sophie well behind in the 99.3 range right now. Lolito also a little bit behind the rest of this squad. And that lead now starting to really explode for Hong Kong as Koshipen was able to recover very well and bring that lead to about 7,000 going into the ending 5th of this map.
It's crazy just how fast this lead went from Peru to Hong Kong and is at this almost 10k mark. It's looking like Sophie is just struggling a lot more on this map, and that's really just giving this lead to Hong Kong, and another miss will definitely secure that, and another one.
Yeah, looks like stamina's starting to run out a little bit for Sophie in this ending, and despite a few misses all in the same spot from Koshipen, Hong Kong will be able to take Peru's Protect and bring it to a match point situation.
That was looking very close though at some points. That was absolutely insane. I was not seeing that.
Yet no 200s on the side of Hong Kong there. Just the 3 misses as the only bad judgments for Hong Kong. Dendro nearly getting the V1 themselves alongside Lolito. Accuracy was just a little bit rough from Sophie, and that allowed Hong Kong to take the advantage.
Yeah, but now it's Peru's pick, and they don't have too much to pick from, I'd say. I believe they have 2 more Rices, and if they want to go into Hybrid 2, they can, but I'm not sure if that's a very good idea. Even if it is, or, okay, 3 Rice. No, it is 2 Rices.
It's 2.
And then
Rice 1 and Rice 6. But I don't think they would want to go into the long node, so it might end up, depending on how this goes, we could see a completely ignored long node pool for this matchup. But it's never mind. We don't get that. Dendro is gonna go in and pick LN1. I mean, at this point, try what you can, right?
That is very, very true. It is a bit of a switch up in those 2 points, though. Seeing Hong Kong pick Rice Stew and now Peru pick LN1. Very funny to see.
Definitely not what we would have expected, but, you know, it's the only mod pool that, or I guess map type pool that hasn't been delved into, and Peru already having won the hybrid one feels that they might have a chance on this long note 1 pick, especially if Hong Kong is avoiding it.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to see. Hong Kong is a very, very strong LN team, and maybe Peru having a ace up their sleeve has something to be able to break through just Hong Kong's consistency that we've been seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. This one a little shorter than what we would normally expect from this this specific slot, under 2 minutes. So the release-oriented and jack-oriented patterns through this are going to be more important to hit. Comboing is going to lose you, or sorry, breaking combo is going to lose you a lot of score in a map like this. So being consistent and keeping your combo is going to be a huge part of the game for this.
Yeah, and for those who are not watching the B stream, it does look like Spain-Denmark did finish in a sweep for Spain, so congrats to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Good performance from Spain there, but we're just waiting for, it looks like, Hong Kong to ready up here. And we see everyone verbally saying that they're good. I don't know if they're readied up yet, though.
Alright, looks like everybody is good at this point. And we'll be going into what could possibly be the final map. Luckily, this, no matter what happens, this won't be a sweep, because Peru were able to take that first point.
Absolutely, and here we go. Peru's last chance in the winner's bracket. They have to win this, along with 3 more to stay alive in the winner's bracket against Hong Kong. Hong Kong looking to finish it up right here, right now. And through the intro, everyone holding on strong to the combo. A little bit of an accuracy drop from Sophie there at the low 99s right now, giving Hong Kong a slight lead, just about 5,000 points out of the intro, but all combos still intact.
Yeah, and Quotient just kind of dominating what we've seen so far. This lead is still in the range where if a miss happens for Hong Kong, it can switch over. But even in the last map, we saw a few misses coming out, and it was still firmly in the lead of Hong Kong. So we'll just have to see how Peru is able to hold their accuracies.
Absolutely. We do see Sophie's accuracy starting to build up in this lower section. That lead it'll still be increasing in the side of Hong Kong, but going a little bit more slowly than it was at the beginning. About 8,000 right now, halfway through this map, as we still have a 6-way full combo, but Quotient with the high accuracy is going to find the first miss, and that immediately dropped the lead down to 3,000. As the combo starts to build up, that lead is going to stick, I think, around 2,000 once Quotient gets to the 400 combo mark. And Hong Kong going to maintain the lead, stem the bleeding a little bit, but it's well within range now. 1 miss could be all Peru needs as long as they stay consistent. But there's only a quarter of the map left for that to happen.
Yeah, that being said, though, it's looking like even before the miss, the lead is somehow stronger than it was before, even with Sophie having way better accuracy than before. But Hong Kong looking like they're in the driver's seat for this, looking like they're ready to punch their ticket to quarterfinals.
Absolutely, and despite the miss, despite only 2 full combos, 2-3, Hong Kong are going to lock in their spot in winners side quarterfinals, taking down Peru in a 5-1 matchup. Really good performance. Congratulations to Hong Kong. And luckily for us, Peru was such a great performance. We don't have to see them eliminated from the tournament. Of course, this being a winner's bracket match just means they're going to be knocked down into the loser's bracket for quarterfinals. And I'm really excited to see how they do there.
Yeah, I am too. And I mean, both these teams played so well throughout the match, and I believe Peru can do very well in this losers bracket, just seeing how strong they've been so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised to see them be quite a scary opponent to go up against for whatever teams they end up facing down there in the losers bracket. But with that, I believe they're streaming currently it's 4-0 on the other stream for Japan versus Venezuela. Japan having 4, Venezuela on 0. So go over there if you want to see the end part of that match, whether it's going to be Japan sweeping or whether Venezuela is going to make an epic comeback. But with that, we should be just waiting for the next matchup in this block to happen, which is going to be, looks like United Kingdom versus Argentina, which should be happening in just about 25 minutes at 16 UTC.
Yeah, this is true. I will be there alongside my co-commentator, Dynascape. But before that happens, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I think there's something we're missing. Toph, do you have any idea?
I think I do know what you're talking about, and that is that if you want to support this tournament and all of these wonderful players, you can go to the Osu store and buy some banners. Go to the Osu store, buy a banner for $2.50 USD, and you'll have a wonderful banner to show off on your profile, showing that you support your favorite team in this tournament. And not only that, but you can buy one for any of the 32 teams that made into bracket stage, even if they've been eliminated. And if you buy the banner for the team that ends up winning the whole thing, you get to keep that until next year's iteration. And as an extra bonus, if you don't like to gamble and you don't want to worry about it, you can buy multiple banners, and that means if you want to have that banner for the entire year, you can buy all 32 just to really guarantee that you get to keep that banner for the rest of the year. How does that sound?
Yeah, it sounds amazing, and I was sure to buy it too. I bought one for the US and for the UK, so I'm really excited for this next match.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a banger of a match. United Kingdom versus Argentina. You're not going to want to miss it. Just make sure you come back in 20 minutes so that you're not missing the end of this block of matches. See you guys then.
See y'all. Alright, hello. Welcome back to everybody. If you did see, we just streamed the Hong Kong vs. Peru match, but it's now time for a fan favorite, at least my favorite team, UK vs. Argentina. I'm your host, Sun Apple, alongside my co-commentator, Dynascape.
Escape. Hello, everyone. United Kingdom versus Argentina. In my opinion, probably one of Argentina's worst matchups, just because of how rice heavy both teams are. I wonder if we're going to see any team break and try to go for LNs and hybrids in this match. But really, what I'm expecting is both teams to probably ego the rice picks and try to get as clean as scores as possible, just because they have such strong rice cores available to them. But with all that being said, let's get into the match and see what's going on with the protects, with the bans. Sun Apple, do you have any predictions for that?
Not really too much in terms of specifics. I do think UK is probably going to be more in favor of LNs and hybrids. Probably, honestly, more on the hybrids category. Something like Hybrid 3, a lot more technical, would be really, really good for them. Since, I mean, Argentina just struggles a lot on those kinds of maps, especially since, as you said, they are so strong on the rice, but kind of fall apart when it comes to anything with LNs. So I would expect something like UK protecting Hybrid 3, and then Argentina protecting, like, I don't know, the Core Jack map or something, or Rice 2.
Yeah, like Rice 2 or the Core Jack map probably seems on point for Argentina. Just to remind everyone, on Rice 2 from last week, Heaven Station, the jump stream map, Attack Mess from Argentina got the best score, I think beating out the likes of Neptune and Mewchi on that map. So absolutely insane. Also showed very strong performances on several other of the Rice maps. And of course you have Seong as well. Both Seong and Attack Mess getting top 10 player leaderboard scores on Rice 3. Which is also crazy. So when you think about it, I mean, Argentina definitely has a couple of avenues to snag points here and there. And, you know, being the 21st seed going up against the 5th seed, that's a huge deal that you don't really see too often. You don't really see a lot of the lower seeds have a way, at least like a very solid game plan of getting points against top teams.
Yeah, this is very true, but I mean, UK is really, really strong on these Rice as well. I mean, they top scored 2 of the Rice maps last week, both Rice 5 and Rice 1. And even then, their players individually are just really, really strong at these, I guess, not necessarily more simple, but like more speedy Rice maps. And that's a really, really big strong suit, because I feel like Argentina struggles a bit more on those kinds of maps and is a bit better at like jump stream and core jacks and a bit of like the more technical aspects.
Yeah, 100%. I think Argentina kind of shines when it's more straightforward race aspects. My question is, how are they going to do on hybrids and LNs if it comes down to it? Because best case scenario, they take something like Rice 1, 2, or 3 from the United Kingdom. But then what's left is, like, where do you try to take points from the United Kingdom afterwards? Because, for like you said, 4, 5, and 6 might be more catered towards the United Kingdom, things that are more techy, things that aren't as straightforward. And then when you look at the hybrid maps, Argentina didn't really have the best showing on hybrid last week, at least. They did play Night Theater, which was the hybrid 3 of last map, and probably one of the more physical ones out of the bunch. But they got a team score of 2.953 million, which is something like a pretty low 980 average. So that's a bit worrying. I think a 984 average. So yeah, I mean, not really the best. I mean, Hakitsu had 994, Napo had 991. Attack Mess though, 976, not great accuracy overall, a lot of 200s, couple of 50 slider breaks, couple of misses. So I really do feel like they don't really have the best supporting scores when it comes to hybrid. And I mean, I don't even want to begin to think about how they're gonna do on LN, because United Kingdom pretty strong overall when it comes to that, especially with the help of mania.
Yeah, that's true, and it's looking like we're finally getting into the roles and protects and bans. So I think that is Argentina who won the role. So they will be being, I believe it means they protect first, right? Yeah, protect, ban, protect. Okay, something like that. That's definitely not the order, but it is what it is.
Yeah, something like that. So Argentina protecting first. We're gonna have to see what the first glimpse of their game plan is. Again, we're probably looking for something like Rice 2 or Rice 3. If we had to guess, and yes, they are going to go for Rice 3, the core jack pick.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about it. I think this is probably Argentina's best pick just throughout the match. Not too much else. It's going to be very, very hard for Argentina to, I guess, win maps in general. We have been seeing lower seeded teams like being able to at least take points off of the higher seeded teams throughout the weekend. We haven't seen too many sweeps. It's been probably like a good 30% of matches are sweeps, which is honestly a decent amount. Not a decent amount, like a pretty good average, I would say. We've been seeing a lot of teams, though, taking like 1 or 2 points off just because of random misses throughout.
Yeah, it's been nothing like the round of 32, where we had the most amount of upsets in MWC history, for at least for the round of 32 since the inception of it, with 4. And Sunapple, you and I actually recapped that in the latest news post in video format. So go check that out if you guys are interested. But United Kingdom up to protect. I feel like they could really just go for any Rice pick, but if they want to specifically do like a hybrid Rallen in mind, then that's also fair game for them too, because I don't really think Argentina's gonna ban a Rice. So, it's probably more mindful that they do look for something in the bottom half, and they do with hybrid too.
Yeah, that one also makes sense. A bit more of a awkward kind of hybrid map, so it's understandable why they want to pick it. But yeah, if you are interested, as Dynascape did say, in how Argentina is able to be in the winners bracket this round, we, as they said, recapped it as well as some other maps and had a special interview. So be sure to watch it. We did a lot of work. Shout out Normal Player. But now it's time for UK's ban. I would assume it'd be like Rice 2 or something like that.
Probably. I mean, I would actually really like to see United Kingdom try to cut down some of the Rice pool. But I mean, if United Kingdom thinks they can do better than Argentina on a map like Jump Stream, especially with the difficulty bump, then that's totally fair game as well. To be fair, United Kingdom did not play Rice 2 from last week, so we don't really know if they would have had a better team score. It's kind of hard to beat the core of Newson, Zubin, Ting / AN. So it's I'm not sure if you really do want to ban Rice 2. You could go either way if you wanted to. Again, United Kingdom's just kind of on the spot here where it's hard to tell what they want to do going forward, but they are going to go ahead and ban Shiraku. Maybe a little bit too choky for them. And knowing Argentina, they can definitely capitalize on a mistake. So, pretty good ban from United Kingdom. Argentina last up to ban, and then they're going to have the first pick.
Yeah, that map definitely makes sense if you do just, I guess, if that's the map you feel least confident in, then it's understandable. We are seeing Argentina also banning LN3, and we're going to move on to their pick. LN3 being the more, I guess, mixed of the LNs. Not really necessarily just density, not really necessarily just release. Kind of just an all-rounder, and that's normally really, really difficult for players to play who are not as well versed in LN, so very understandable why they decided to ban that. Though this does leave a lot of the hybrids open, so I think UK can very easily capitalize on that considering they did protect hybrid 2.
Ooh, Argentina wanting to go for Rice 4. Most technical map, one of the most physically active maps in the pool. Pretty interesting, but I like it off of United Kingdom's ban of Shiraku. just because if just like in the same vein that Raku's more choky, same thing for Winnipeg. But you just have that like added physicality. A lot of the difficulty, I would say, is towards the back half, at least the more chokeable parts. So I think things can swing either way, and Argentina should hope to try to get full FCs. And I would say Argentina is like only the slightest bit behind United Kingdom overall in rice accuracy. So if they could match them for the most point and then maybe hope for a miss at the end, that could be their ticket to winning this map.
Yeah, and it honestly is very unlucky that Argentina does have to face such a strong Rice team so early on, especially when there are quite a few really, really good LN teams in the top half of the leaderboard. Another thing to say is, I know we were talking about Ting earlier playing, and if y'all didn't know, Ting did change their name to Spanner Dude, I believe, so that is who is in the lobby right now.
Yeah, always love the mid, or I guess post-registration name changes. Yes, Spanner Dude is Team Momentum. But we are getting one of the classic lineups for United Kingdom, where it's Team Zubin and Ian. Sometimes you'll sub out Ian for Newson, sometimes you'll change any one of those four people can be one of the three players for a Rice pick for the United Kingdom. As for Argentina, we are seeing Atekmas, we are seeing Hakitsu, who has played Rice for Argentina, but we are seeing Nubbo, who only played that Hybrid 3 map for Argentina last week, and that was really it. I do know Nubbo more kind of, I guess, hybrid/LN oriented, at least relative to the other players in Argentina. But what is more interesting that you'll see very soon is that Nubbo is the only hidden player in this year's edition of MWC, which is just so crazy and so cool to me.
Yeah, I believe there is, I feel like for interesting players is that Nubbo, and then also that one Japanese player who has the really, really slow scroll speed, which I always find very funny to see.
That's Jinky, who, yeah, I think there's on something like 14, something like that. It's gotta be like crazy low.
Yeah, but other than that, nothing really too interesting in terms of the mods. There are some mirrors, some no fail. No fail doesn't do anything, luckily. And mirror just flips the map, as you are seeing for any new players in the chat right now. But just starting off, we aren't seeing too big of a lead for any team right now, and we will most likely be seeing this, but these teams are very, very consistent, honestly. Everybody around the same range is kind of absurd. Only players being ahead at all is Zubin and Hakitsu.
Exactly. We're flipping back and forth. We're getting into one of the longer jump stream sections, then we go into a bit of broken jump stream, couple of bursts, and that's actually gonna lead to United Kingdom securing a bit of a lead based off of Nubbo and to dropping, I think maybe 1-200 each, a couple of 300 regular 300s. So first sighting of anything of that you could call a lead goes to United Kingdom. Luckily, we're not even halfway in this, standardly sized map at 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and we are kind of getting to one of the slower sections, but United Kingdom kind of has to capitalize on this a little bit more, and that's really only off of keeping up their accuracy as high as they can.
Yeah, and you do obviously have to make very, very sure that you're playing these bursts really, really strongly. And this lead is very, very small at this point. Argentina has been able to stabilize a lot since then. Nubbo's accuracy has increased, but attack maps taking a break, and that is not what you want to see for Argentina. It is still possible for UK to trade it back, but right now we aren't seeing it, and there's only a quarter left in the map, and Nubbo taking one is not what you want to see.
Yeah, I think both Argentinian players taking those misses on some sort of speed jack, and then Hakitsu as well, so no more FCs on the side of Argentina. It was looking really, really good halfway into the map. It really looked like Argentina could take it possibly, but no, United Kingdom way too strong on a map like this. All three players above a 99.9, absolutely gapping everyone on the side of Argentina. in terms of accuracy. So if they are able to fully FC a map like this, I don't know. Argentina has to be very shaken. We're at the outro, nothing crazy. How does Argentina really respond? I mean, this was your pick. This was your first pick of the match, even, and to lose out by such a large amount of 30,000 points. This is not what we were expecting from them.
Yeah, especially going up against two V1SSs on the UK side, Spanner Dude and Zubin is kind of crazy. Only one 200. I don't know really what to do in that case against for Argentina. That being said, this is the most difficult map in the pool for Rice. So maybe going on to something a bit easier and really just trying to prey off the Rice or your Rice accuracy ability, since honestly the accuracy isn't the worst. It is definitely comebackable if UK takes a miss or two.
Yeah, I mean, overall they weren't too far behind in terms of MA. Aside from pretty much Nubbo, who had almost around double the 300s to everyone else, Attackmas and Hagitsu were pretty close in terms of how many 300s they had to their counterparts on the UK team. So it really just lies on, it seems like, Argentina not having a triple break first and foremost, and then hoping that someone on the United Kingdom breaks. As I said, it's very close. It's just the United Kingdom has that accuracy edge. Gonna have to rely on United Kingdom faltering in some of these other Rice picks. But for now, the pick goes to the United Kingdom. As to what they want, their protect was Virtual Resort, so I don't know if they want to just find easier, in quotes, points in the hybrid and LM section, and then just let Argentina kind of pick to their doom in Rice and try to just snag breakpoints. Probably the best idea available to them. Just don't know what they want to go for.
Yeah, I would probably say, honestly, if I'm in the UK side, I would probably stay in the Rice category just because, like, you don't really want to venture into some new territory, especially when you know you're so consistent and there's a chance for a breakpoint to happen, and going Rice 1 is a pretty good idea, especially considering you're so good at speed.
Yeah, they are absolutely disgusting team when it comes to speed. Pretty well-informed choice as well last week. United Kingdom getting first by a very large margin compared to every other team that played on it on Rice 1 low potion, whereas for Argentina they struggled a little bit. Definitely would have lost to United Kingdom to the tune of about 30,000 points on that as well. So I mean, Argentina definitely needs to make something happen on that map last week. They had Attackmas, August Gex, and Catalepsia X. I'm not sure if they want to have the same players. Hard to tell, especially when none of the players in Argentina are in their slots. At least for United Kingdom, they do have Ting, Zubin, and AN. I think the only swap from last week is AN for Newsom.
Yeah, and this definitely makes sense. AN, I believe, is probably like, I think they're top 10, right? So they're really, really strong physically. So these kind of more speed maps are very suited for them, I would say. I think something that is more technical is probably a lot better for Newson, just because they are an FFR player, like one of the original FFR players probably in like the UK in general, so that is the case.
Yeah, going back to that, look back to it, Arian is currently number 2 behind, of course, Saragi. So yeah, you know they're a very physical player. They can play a lot of different skill sets, especially when it comes to Rice. For Argentina, we are seeing Attackmas, Kitsu. Not sure who the 6 is gonna be. Again, it was Agusgex/Catalepsia, but I kind of want to see a little bit more from, I don't know, someone like Seong. Do you think they can play speed? Now we're gonna see Catalepsia X.
Yeah, this makes sense. I was honestly surprised to not see catalepsia. Sorry, I'm really bad at names.
Sometimes you just gotta sound it out. This is a well-known fact, by the way. Son was the worst person ever when it comes to names.
It's honestly impressive that I've gone so far. Yeah, but I'm really surprised that we didn't see them play in the last map because they played last week in a lot of the Rice. Maybe they just weren't feeling confident on that, or maybe they had something to do and needed to warm up a bit more just to make sure they were in full position, full strength.
Yeah, exactly. So, Argentina loading up their 3 players. Everyone in the lobby very excited to see how they do on a map like this. Again, we're kind of looking for United Kingdom to have that same run that they did on the last pick, where absolutely demolishing Argentina when it comes to Rice accuracy, and also just getting better 200s and no misses overall. Hopefully Argentina, though, can flip that script on a map like this. It's a tall order, but I do think that it is possible.
Yeah, and this map decently short, 2 minutes 15. Not the shortest map in the pool. Probably one of the shorter Rice maps in general. That pool is just a bit longer than the others. So we will be seeing a lot of movement early on. And for now, UK having this lead really off the back of Ian, having this 99.93 at this just early section.
Yeah, and here we go into the first verse. These streams are pretty straightforward. There's not anything like super chilly, at least at the start. And Argentina currently suffering as they are down 3,000 points. Really, Attackmass is doing the best that they can to match pretty much everyone on the United Kingdom side, but Hitu and Catalepsia just not up to snuff when it comes to accuracy at the moment. Maybe things can change in the second half, though.
Yeah, and 3k lead, very small. Not something that we see pretty often and always say. It's about like 5k for a miss, I would say in general, especially with like how consistent players are on ACK. So UK at this point is just barely getting out of the range where they can survive one miss. And there's still a fourth of map left, even though the players on UK are doing really well. Everybody basically at this 99.9. There is a possibility for them to lose still.
Exactly, and pretty calm ending. I think at this point more than a miss is needed from United Kingdom for Argentina to take this point. But the ending, unfortunately, is very tame compared to everything else. Stream's very straightforward, not as fast and not as lengthy, and United Kingdom gonna end it off on yet another stellar performance, yet another Team 1-200 double V1 SSs from them in Argentina. Pretty close behind, all things considered. I mean, when you saw how last week went and you compare the two team scores, this is definitely a better performance from Argentina.
Yeah, that's very true. And honestly, it's surprising to see Ian score because it's looking like it's not from this world.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely crazy accuracies from a lot of these players. And on around 16 speed pick, I mean, super impressive. So United Kingdom going up 2-0. Thankfully, Argentina is up to pick. How do they get back into this match? They still have their Protect in Rice 3, and they still have Rice 2, which United Kingdom seems to shy away from. I think both are really good picks.
Yeah, I would probably, on Argentina right now, I would just go for your Protect, Rice 3. It's like, I think now is a good time if you just want to make sure that you get a ball rolling eventually, and Rice 3 is probably going to be your best bet, just because UK, I think this intro is a bit awkward to play sometimes, and they can find a break or two, and if not, take a few accuracy drops at the very least.
have to agree with that. Argentina definitely taking their time when it comes to the picks. Just want to make sure everything's right. I mean, I feel like they have a lot to discuss, right? Do you want to go for Rice 2? Do you want to go for Rice 3? Do I see a universe in which they pick Rice 5 at the moment? Not really, but
No,
wow, what?
you're wrong.
Maybe that's why they took so long. They were like, you know what, guys? We gotta go for Hybrid 1. We're feeling it. We're tired of losing on Rice. It's time to ascend.
Hey, we saw what is it called? Peru win against Hong Kong last match on this map. Maybe they're trying to replicate the same thing. So I believe in Argentina here. This map is honestly surprisingly rice heavy, so it's at least in their favor in that sense, which is nice.
Yeah, that is true. It's also very, very physical when it comes to the rice sections as well. Maybe you are right in thinking like there's some kind of bad juju on this map for the higher seeded team, and there's just some witch's curse placed on it that makes the better team choke, and that's what Argentina did. They unlocked the secrets and they know what the game plan is. But it's gonna be a kind of tough. I mean, I don't really have a lot of info on how they do on maps like these. I mean, they did play Hybrid 3 last week, but just to think that you're going up against United Kingdom in a skill set that you're not really well known for, at least as a team, it's a bit scary.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this pick personally, if we're gonna be real. I think it's pretty obvious that Argentina is just really, really good at rice. Maybe they just want to try something different, since they do at least have 2 more picks. They have this one and another one no matter what. So maybe they just want to pick something a bit more out there for this transition pick, I guess you could say. And that would be the only reason, though. I would still prefer you picking both rices instead, and maybe picking this last as like a last resort, and then in which case, like, you can, just continue keeping that train going.
Yeah, that is something to think about, where pretty much if they were to lose both breakpoints, Argentina would only have 2 picks left at this point, and they could only pick Rice 2 and 3, which I think are the best picks for Argentina. So if they lose this one, again, they pretty much only have their protect afterwards, unless they're able to snag a breakpoint from United Kingdom and then secure their own points in Rice 3, which totally doable, but it starts all with this pick.
Yeah, but Nubbo is back with their hidden right now. Another thing to note for any new players in the chat, hidden actually increases in its amount that is being hidden as you go on through the map up until I believe 400 combo, at which case it caps out or something. And then if you miss, it goes back to the start. But speaking of misses, Ian taking one, and maybe the theory about Hong Kong versus Peru was right, and these higher seeded teams cannot play this.
Yeah, the prophecy coming true as Ian takes an early dive in accuracy, but looking at how Spanner Dude and Mini Egg are absolutely shredding this map, I don't think it'll last for long, or maybe it will. Ian, yet another miss. So what is needed from Argentina now is to just hold on. There's a lot of sections that they can break on. A lot of these harder coordination sections with the LNs, and a lot of, honestly, some of these bursts are pretty tough in the rice department as well. So Argentina, best chance they have for a point at the moment. The largest lead that we've seen from them by far, and halfway into the map, they have a pretty big cushion, Sun Apple.
Yeah, Argentina is still now not out of the woods, though. I mean, they are at 12k points. This is still at least 2 misses, and very possible for a team that isn't too strong at these kinds of maps. As we go into this later half, it's a lot more LN heavy, and we are seeing the lead slowly swing in terms of UK, but at 12k, it's just, it'll take a bit more than just accuracy at this point.
exactly. United Kingdom hasn't made any headway since Iron's second drop. And for Argentina, that's really good. All three of them holding on really well. Attack Mess absolutely killing it, matching their best player on the United Kingdom of Spanner Dude. And with the map ending, I think it's secured. I don't want to put out another curse, but they just seem so comfortable on this map and there's not really a lot of difficulty left. Yes, Argentina has absolutely defied at least my expectations. I think a lot of other people's as well. 9,000 points of a win off of the back of two misses. Two total sectional misses from Ayan.
Yeah, but I mean, on top of those two misses, at least combo breaks, they had a really dirty one, and that is really the reason why Argentina was able to take such a strong lead. But even then, Argentina's had really, really strong scores, especially supporting scores. So congrats to them. We aren't seeing a sweep, and maybe I was wrong. Maybe Argentina should be picking these hybrids.
Maybe they're just a secret hybrid team and they've been kind of not showing their strength on it and decided to finally launch the missile. But United Kingdom up to pick
The missile?
the hybrid missile, yeah. The one that destroys Ian's keyboard and makes them drop twice. But I mean, it's UK's turn to pick, and we saw a very dominant win on Rice 4. Do you want to stay in the Rice section? Maybe. I mean, Celebration seems pretty good right now, but they also have Virtual Resort.
Yeah, I mean, I would say UK, you did super well on Winnipeg. You definitely want to play something a bit more speedy. Celebration is going to be the other kind of speed-ish map. It's a lot more fast than the other picks. Just because the dump streams are like that. Not dump streams, just like the dumps in general are like that. So, and considering that Argentina is really, really good at these more simple maps like Rice 2 and Rice 3, it's just the best pick, and we do see it.
Yep, it calls for a celebration as United Kingdom tries to get their third point, tries to get away from Argentina overtaking this match and having any sense of momentum. And what better way to do it on a dumpy map like this?
Yeah, and maybe this is the time for Argentina to make a comeback. We can't count them out, even if that last Rice map was pretty in favor of UK. You can never count out the underdog. They've always got something up their sleeves. Maybe they can once again send the missile to zoom in's computers this time.
Maybe they have another missile in store, but again, on maps where they're not like super straightforward in Rice, it just seems like United Kingdom had a crazy stranglehold on Argentina. All three players from Rice 4 had basically 99.9s. Spanner Dude had 99.89. Whereas on the side of Argentina, they showed around like a 99.75 average. Granted, they did have 3 misses, but even without those, it's nowhere close to where United Kingdom is standing at. So with Argentina having a tech mess, having Nubbo and Catalepsia, pretty good squad, all things considered. Nubbo's been playing hot. Catalepsia has been doing pretty good as well. This is a decently scary squad if you're the United Kingdom looking across the other side of the pond. You just know, much like Hybrid 1, you can't really afford to take your foot off the gas pedal.
Yeah, it looks like Catalepsia is being switched out for Hakitsu, though. So another one seeing, I guess, going. It is still interesting to see Nubbo instead of Catalepsia. As I said earlier, Catalepsia was mostly the Rice player, and Nubbo is a bit better on the Elements and Hybrids. But I don't know. maybe Argentina obviously knows their own team scores, so they know how they're playing. I trust that they are doing their best to be able to win these maps. But going into it, more focused on these maps, these teams really just need to lock in, especially on the burst. We saw Argentina struggle a lot on Winnipeg whenever the bursts would come out. And UK still has to make sure that they are able to keep their accuracy lead as high as possible on those sections.
Yeah, and one notable burst section is that rap solo in the absolute middle of the map. That's where you really got to watch out for, because time and time again, teams have been really struggling, whether that be through the form of misses or dropping a lot of 200s in that section. And this map is pretty long, 3 minutes. We're about a fourth of the way in, but no team has really made a big lead. They're all pretty close in terms of accuracy.
Yeah, and as you say that, no taking a break, so that swings the lead to UK at this point.
Yeah, pretty tough break from Nubbo. Like I said, still places for Argentina to make a comeback. Bit of a slower section here for a couple of bars, and then we really dive into the main meat of the map.
Yeah, and that miss has been very devastating for the Argentina team. 8k lead right now for UK, still able to come back from it if they can increase their accuracy by a lot, as well as maybe take a miss from the UK, have something traded out. But this UK team's team score average is absolutely absurd. 99.9 all around, only attack mess doing better than anybody on that team.
Definitely a solid player for Argentina when it comes to Rice accuracy, and Hakitsu not doing too bad as well. I think both of them combined probably even out two of the scores from United Kingdom. It's really just Nubbo having that miss plus not having the best third man score for Argentina that leads them having a bit of a deficit, and a tech mess actually missing in one of the slower sections as well. So with two misses on the side of Argentina, and Bancho absolutely bedazzled by what's going on in this map, seems like Argentina, as this map closes out, is not going to be able to take this point.
Yeah, and UK taking another map in pretty big lead. 20k is probably what it's going to be around. Obviously, I think what picks UK has had so far has been by far their best maps. I think at this point it's going to be a lot more difficult for UK to be able to just consistently win these maps, since we only have 2 more Rice lefts, and they are in favor, not necessarily in favor, but they are more on the side of Argentina. But Argentina still has at least 1 pick left in their pocket, and we saw them win Hybrid 1. Do we want to see them go into Hybrid again?
Oh,
what
goodness.
Are you thinking, Dinah?
I am thinking not at the moment. I mean, again, Virtual Resort was United Kingdom's protector, remind everyone. And they still have Black Knife. This is their potential last pick, and I would really like to see them try their protect.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of like the idea of kind of more simple maps. And I feel like the other 2 hybrids that are left are a lot more awkward, and I don't think they're actually in favor of Argentina. I think maybe going into Rice is a good idea, going back to Rice. It obviously, keep in mind, if you do lose this point as Argentina, UK is on match point on their own pick, so they have a very, very high chance of winning. Alternatively, you could maybe go something like LN2, and we're actually going to be seeing LN1. But I was thinking LN2 because density is a bit more simple to be able to get pretty good accuracy on. But LN1 is also pretty good. It's not too difficult in terms of physicality, and I think that can help Argentina a lot.
I do have to say though, this is, at least in my eyes, a bit of an eyebrow raiser but maybe it is the best choice if you are Argentina. Your only win was on Hybrid 1, and you really have to make something happen. Maybe they aren't feeling confident at all on Rise 3 at the moment. So, Argentina, potential last pick on LN1. Do they have the coordination to stop this attack from the United Kingdom?
Yeah, I think it is pretty cool to see. At least we will be seeing some of the LNs be played in a match where the two teams are really, really strong at Rice. Neither team really opting to play LNs until the end.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Apple. What are your expectations for this match? Because, or at least for this map, because should be kind of a tall order for Argentina, I think. Especially, United Kingdom is not a weak LN team. They're just more known as a Rice team, especially when Maniac is in the lobby as their LN/hybridy anchor. They can put up some very good scores.
Yeah, they definitely are. This UK squad, I think in the past, has been hailed as probably one of the best LN teams in their prime. But I feel like that still is definitely true. It's just harder to say with how good the LN teams of modern day are. But I mean, it's difficult. We are already seeing Nubbo struggling a bit more, getting 200s all over the place at this early section. Hopefully it won't affect him too much. I wouldn't be surprised to see some of those 200s being traded out by the UK eventually. But starting off after that first little burst, 2k lead for the UK.
You know, a lot of that is on Hakitsu having just so many late releases in that little intro section. So United Kingdom gonna have a little bit of a cushion in terms of accuracy to start off this map, but this map is very, very short, only 1 minute 53 seconds. Attack Mess doing their best to try to keep any semblance of a deficit at minimum, and they're doing a pretty good job until they hit a couple of 200s. But overall, I think United Kingdom is coming out on top by just a little bit, and a miss is needed. And if you're gonna miss, it's definitely gonna be on the coordination map, and Hakitsu actually taking the dive instead.
You were just talking about misses. Sadly, it was on the wrong side. Argentina being the one to miss is not what you want to see. This lead has greatly expanded to this 11k mark, and this map is very short, only 2 minutes, a quarter of the map left. Newson takes a very, very dirty drop, but I don't think that's enough. 5k lead right now. It will be shrinking since Hakitsu is back at that 400 combo mark, but I think we'll need to see something else come through. Attack Maps is trying their best. So
No way.
Actually breaking. What is happening? Argentina in this lead.
Last little Ki Super Jackie. Can Argentina hold on? No misses on any side, and yes, Argentina pulling it out. The second missile has been launched, Sun Apple, and this time it's on the LN1 map. Argentina securing a second point, and yet again they breathe life into this match.
Oh my god. How many do they have?
I don't know. They still might have more. They might have more than 2 sleeves.
Keep in mind, I do believe Argentina still has to take at least one breakpoint to be able to at least get to tiebreaker. So Argentina still isn't out the woods. That being said, as I said earlier, UK is kind of out of really free picks. UK has, obviously, their Protective Hybrid 2. They have Hybrid 3, which I think is probably one of their better picks. If they want to continue on the Rice, it's going to be very difficult. If they want to go LN2, it's going to be pretty difficult because that's another simple map. So it's kind of difficult to know what UK should do.
That is true. United Kingdom has been doing pretty well on the Rice picks, and I mean, they haven't dropped anything so far. It's just, it does seem scary with the 2 Rice that you'd think Argentina would do the best on are still available to them. So United Kingdom gonna try their hand at something else instead, and it's gonna be a Gaku.
Yeah, As I said, I think this is their best pick. This is the most technical of the maps left. Other one being maybe Hybrid 2, but I don't think is anywhere near as technical as this. I know Mint's happy that this is being played. This is definitely a very good song. One of the bangers in the pool that has many bangers.
And so, with this map being picked yet again, another chance for United Kingdom trying to get to that match point, and what a map to try to get it on. Igaku, very, I guess choky. It's definitely a crazy map, unlike many of the others that we see in the pool as a whole, and just like in the hybrid 3 slot, it's such a weirder pick, or I guess, it's not really. It's such a weird map, in a good way, man.
Yeah, that's definitely true. A lot of the bursts is something to look out for on this. I know there's one like basically immediately once the map starts. So if this map starts, has something really big happening and just repeats that over and over again. So you really do just have to stay on your toes the whole time.
Yeah, and I think Ian had to restart, had to be reinvited into the server, and do see Zubin Ian, Spanish dude, gonna be the pick for United Kingdom. Kind of interesting to not see Mini Egg, but I think overall, this is their best lineup, or at least what they think is their best lineup on hybrid. And then Argentina, attack Mess Nabo, Hakitsu, no crazy changes there. Just gotta see how everyone performs, because as we saw, Hakitsu had a 980 with one miss on the last pick, and everyone in Tagmas pretty solid first and second player for Argentina when it comes to LN/hybrid. So I definitely expect a good map. Should be pretty close overall in terms of accuracy.
Yeah, I do believe Ian was the one who broke on the hybrid one, so be sure to look out for them. Hopefully no missiles are being sent to that location at this current moment.
Yeah, I mean, they had some pretty nasty breaks on hybrid 1 by very large margins, and that really led to them losing that point. So you are right in saying that they are the player to watch out for, but really Argentina doing super well at the start. A lot of the flammier sections, these weirder small bursts and weirder releases as well, where you kind of have that stagger at the start and the stop, catching out a lot of players on the United Kingdom, but rather Attack Mess not doing the best as well. 2 misses, very dirty, and United Kingdom having a huge lead of about 13,000 points just off of those couple of misses. I mean, Hakitsu and Nabo are almost matching 2 players on the United Kingdom. It's just really all off the back on that player that you thought would probably top score, at least for Argentina.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to know Argentina was doing really well early on, having actually higher accuracy than the UK. But those misses from Attack Mess really struggling, or made them struggle a lot more. UK has been able to stabilize since that start, and it's really showing with this lead. It's only been increasing as we go on. We have seen leads like this shrink to nothing before, so don't count out Argentina yet.
Yeah, no, not at all. Anything can happen, and it's gonna start with Spanner Dude taking a dive on that little transition. But it's just not enough. Someone else needs to drop, and there's not a lot of time left. 10,000 points, and really the accuracy just isn't there for Argentina either. Nebo is gonna drop, and that's gonna seal the deal for this map. Igaku turns out to be a very good pick for the United Kingdom, and they finally get to match point. So Argentina looking to try to save their winners run. And to be honest, I mean, a lot of people didn't think Argentina would be in this position in the first place. They had such an amazing upset against Japan and seemed so dominant against them. I think they should be really proud of whatever the outcome of this match is.
Yeah, I mean, taking 2 points off of seed 5 is impressive, and they still have the chance of possibly taking more, or at least going to tiebreaker. That was the most difficult map, I think, left for Argentina. I think everything else in this pool has a higher chance of them winning. I don't know what to pick for them, though, at this point. Maybe you go for the Rice 3, they're protect. Maybe you go for the LN2 right after winning an LN. Maybe you go for the bold play, Hybrid 2.
Yeah, picking their protect is very much so a bold play. Never recommended, but you know, Argentina has shown us that anything can happen, and they are more than just a Rice team. They're very crafty. So, you know, they've been very disciplined and have been thinking about their picks a lot. I don't suspect anything will be different. I think we're gonna have to wait a bit and see what they want to do, because those two maps that we talked about at the start are still there. Rice 2, Rice 3, but they've done so well on some of the other picks that, yep, they're just gonna say they're gonna break the mold yet again. They're gonna pick United Kingdom's Protect and go for Virtual Resort.
Very, very, very interesting to see. Not picking their Protect at the end, feeling not confident enough, instead picking this. I wonder if it pays off. If it does, I don't know what UK does. Argentina winning this is like basically not necessarily game over, but it makes the next pick for UK extremely difficult. And I believe this is the first time we're seeing Seong, correct?
Yeah, this is the first that we see of Seong, and I like what you're saying just before, where, yeah, for the United Kingdom, if they're not able to secure this pick, and once again, it was their Protect, it is probably the most dangerous that it has been for United Kingdom to pick afterwards, and to think that Argentina would be getting to match point if you lose that last pick for the United Kingdom. That's a very scary thought. So first things first, United Kingdom has to close out this match as quickly as possible and not let it get to that point. And you have to do it on your own Protect. Argentina challenges them in the most bold way possible, and they have to perform.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I will say this map is not the easiest to be able to FC, especially with its low length. I always like to talk about the length because it's very important. I don't think stamina is going to be an issue for any of these teams, just because everybody is so good. And even though a lot of these players have been playing for a long time, I think really the main thing is whether they feel up to the bat to be able to be so consistent on this map.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. United Kingdom, very scary situation for them. I mean, yes, they do have the momentum in just winning out on Igaku, but Argentina has just been so resilient on every single map that it's hard to imagine that Ting, Zubin, and Ian feel confident on this map going in, and especially with Seong making their first appearance alongside Attack Mess and Haketsu. This is kind of like, these three players from Argentina are very much so the squad I'd like to see when you want things done and you want them to be able to close things out. And a little bit of a shaky start from some of the players on Argentina, but overall they're actually beating United Kingdom in terms of accuracy.
Yeah, I'll say Seong is a very, very strong accuracy player, so be sure to look out for them. I think the score right now that is being shown is not really the best. It's been flickering the whole time. So really, it's anyone's game right now. Even just regular 300s are the difference between the two teams.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see that the scoreboard wants to lean towards the United Kingdom, but when you look at the average accuracies, I think Argentina has the upper hand at the moment. So I wouldn't really count. I'm not looking at the scoreboard for this entire map, but Seong does take a lot of late 200s, so I think rightfully so.
Ooh, these trills.
Yeah, the trills, super tough to steal Pandrum, but United Kingdom little bit of a lead here, really off of the back of Seong not having the best time with the LN section.
Yeah, and I mean, Seong has been just kind of dropping 200s kind of consistently, and at this point the lead has increased up to 7k. It's looking like Argentina is running out of gas at this moment. UK is doing really well. It's still in the range where a miss from their team can swing it. They really need to get this missile sent soon.
Yeah, not a lot of time for Argentina to make something happen. They really showed a lot of prowess in the hybrid slot. It's just one mess up can really destroy your game plan. It seems like that's what's happening now. Last couple of notes, and it's a lot of weird LN coordination. Gonna end off on the triple LNs and nothing doing. It seems like United Kingdom will stave off Argentina after a grueling match, honestly. Very long and hard fought match from both sides.
Yeah, that was insanely close. A lot closer than I think the scoreline suggests. So many of those maps came down to the wire.
100%. So congratulations to the United Kingdom for beating Argentina in this match. It was a winner's bracket match, so thankfully we'll see more of this disgusting C21 team. Can we talk about that? United Kingdom gonna go on to face Hong Kong, seed number 4, in the quarterfinals, and Argentina gonna drop down to the losers bracket to fight seed 15 Spain. Sun Apple, I mean, crazy match. There's only one left, and that is gonna be Chile versus Italy. What do you think about this one, though?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, honestly. CL versus IT is a kind of... I feel like this is the first time it's actually happened, but Chile is just very strong at, once again, Rise. And also, I think there are, in my opinion, one of the best LN teams in the tournament.
Probably, I would have to say so. But yes, once again, only one final match. That is Chile versus Argentina. And then after that, it's the quarterfinal showcase. So we're going to, I think, take a very short break. It's almost at the top of the hour. Original time is going to, at least the original match time, we are going to be playing then. So we'll be back in 1 or 2 minutes. So then, stay in your seats, actually, and we'll be right back.
Yeah, maybe get a snack or two. I'm going to personally get water, so be sure to stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated, and we'll see you soon.
It slipped right through my fingers. It slipped right through my fingers. You said never let me go.
All right, and we are back with another, aka the final match of the Osumania 4K World Cup 2025 round of 16. To end things off, we are going to see Chile, seed number 6 versus Italy, seed number 22 in the winners bracket. Yet another one where one of the teams got here by way of a pretty big upset. My name is Danscape, and joined along me yet again is Sunapple. Sunapple, how's your water break? How does the water taste?
Oh my god, I just got a Brita, so my water is like the cleanest ever. It's crazy. Y'all should drink water too, be sure.
Yeah, there we go. Cleanest water ever, and I hope for a clean match from the both of them. The last match that we saw, UK versus Argentina, showed us that even as a very big underdog in the winners bracket, you are still able to make some moves, and I do believe that to be the same case for a team like Italy. Even though you are facing up the juggernaut known as Chile, Italy still has a couple of avenues where they can maybe snag a couple points, and if things go perfectly their way, maybe you could even see a tiebreaker or possibly one of the biggest upsets of all time in MWC with this. But it's going to start off with the protect and bans, and since Italy has won the role, they're going to get first protect as well as first pick.
It definitely is interesting to see. I would assume Chile is probably going to go for the LNs and Italy's probably going to go for the rice. Another thing to know, I believe the 3 matches in a row have been seed 4 versus 20, seed 5 versus 21, and seed 6 versus 22. So I don't know what happened, but something went astray.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it now. I mean, technically at 15 UTC we did have that triple header. Just the featured match of I think Osu won the A stream. I think was Hong Kong Peru, right? So yeah, very interesting how we're kind of like going down in terms of seedings as the weekend winds down as well. But Italy going to have that first protect, and they are gonna go for Rice 4, which means Chile with their next protect. I mean, what do you expect from Chile actually in this match?
I mean, Chile's rosters, both Miyuka obviously is good at everything, but also my Angel Kokomi is really, really strong on LNs. And I think that core is really good and probably one of the best LN teams in the tournament. So I would assume they go for that LN. We are already seeing an LN1 protect. I wouldn't be surprised to see LN3 be banned from Italy, similar to what a lot of these non-LN teams have been doing.
Definitely agree with you there. With the ban being Rice 5, Italy is up next to ban, and then they get a pick. They're gonna go for Hybrid 1 being the ban, which is kind of interesting because what we saw in the last 2 matches, like we said, was that Hybrid 1 seems to be a good luck charm for the lower seeded team. But of course Chile definitely very strong, like you said, on hybrids and LNs. Maybe Italy just does not want to play with that at all, but I would have thought that they maybe would have wanted to ban something like LN2 or 3 instead.
Yeah, I would too. That is very, very interesting. Maybe just not feeling too confident on that more simple hybrid, and also could just be taking a lot of misses on it, which we have been seeing a lot of teams, especially higher seeded teams, taking it, so I wouldn't be surprised. For a pick, I'm not too sure what Italy would really opt for. Maybe just going for that Rice 3, starting on something that is a bit more simple, but we're actually going to be seeing Rice 6 instead.
Yeah, I was going to say Rice 6 kind of seems like the most notable choice, seeing as how Rice 4 was their protect. Rice 6 is the one that is most akin to something like Rice 4. And it's a pretty scary one as well. It's definitely, pretty choky. There's such a large speed up towards the end and such a big burst. The Ki is unlike a lot of the rest of the map. So Italy definitely is looking for that kind of physicality / choke angle.
Yeah, and we are going to be seeing our lineups. I believe the Italian lineup is probably going to stay the same throughout. I don't think their roster really changes up all too much between maps, just because their core is so good.
That is true. For Chile, I mean, we see Naitomer, Meiko Mejor, and not sure who their third is gonna be. Maybe. I mean, the obvious choice, a lot of people would think is Miuchi. I don't think we've seen them in the lobby just yet, though. And actually, Naitomer going out for this Rise pick instead is going to be Antarex.
Interesting. Okay, we do see Miuchi come in. I think a map without Miuchi for Chile is very interesting. I don't know the last time that has happened. It has been a long time just because of how good Miuchi is in tournaments.
And yeah, I definitely, one of the more obvious picks for a lot of things. Funny that you say that. We actually did not see Miuchi play LN2 last week. So, I mean, okay, before LN2 of last week, yeah, I honestly could not tell you. But Miuchi, Ben, and Meiko Mejor, this is going to be definitely one of their Rice lineups. This is more their techie lineup. This is something that we saw in Rice 4 of last week. So anything when it comes to like mixed Rice or tech or anything like that, it's definitely, this is the three that you'll see. But the thing with Chile is that they have a lot of players that can play Rice to some crazy levels, and it's really just who feels better on that skill set on that day. So Chile very malleable in that aspect. Italy usually gonna field Angela very in Rice toasty.
Yeah, and honestly, this map is, as you said, very just not easy to play just because of how technical it is. And I think this may be able to give at least Italy an avenue for victory, since there is a chance for misses to come out from any of the Chilean players. I know, surprisingly enough, Miuchi is pretty prone to miss, so don't be too surprised if that actually does happen.
Yeah, and Italy actually doing very well to keep up an early lead. Very Rice toasty, and Angela in lockstep at the moment, and with them being at a higher pace than Ben and Meiko, it was leading to them having a bit of lead, but Rice toasty actually I think dropping a 200 or something like that. So things back to flipping back and forth.
Yeah, but Rice Toasty has been able to increase their accuracy ever since that section. Chile having a slight lead, but this is basically nothing. 1K is almost as if like there's been no change. And it's seeming like Chile actually is losing it ever so slowly. And obviously even a 200 will swing it. We saw that it did swing it for Italy earlier on.
Exactly. That was the whole reason why Chile has this lead, right? Is that, 1-200 can separate some of these teams, especially when the skill sets are very close. So watch out closely to see if anyone on the second or third players for Chile and Ben and Meiko might drop something, because that would lead to Italy maybe regaining back the lead, because the margins are very tight at the moment. We're halfway through. Most noble part of this map is going to be the ending, though. That Ki is where teams are made and where you'll see any big shifts.
Yeah, and it's looked like since Rice Toasty took that early 200, they've been able to secure a very good accuracy at this point. It's honestly so hard to tell at this point. We do go through Very taking the first miss, and that swings lead immediately over to Chile. It can be traded out, but we aren't seeing that happen yet as Very tries their best to get to that 400 combo range.
Yeah,
and Klein dies.
Yet another Bancho spike. 30,000 points to Chile, 4,000. What happened?
Meiko Major!
After the Bancho miss, it turns out. Oh, what's going
Never
on?
mind!
No, never mind! Never mind, it's still only Barry that missed. Bancho actually faking us out for 2 times in a row, and Italy, unfortunately, with Rice Toasty missing yet again. Michi might have traded that out, but it does not matter. It seems like the dust settles, and Chile, huge lead to them. Only 1 FC for Italy, 2 for Chile. That's going to mean that Team Red is going to take that first point.
That was so close, though. I think without either of those two misses, even just one of those two misses from Italy, it could have gone to their team, and that's really just shows just how close these Rice are going to be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it, and it seems like Barry and Angela kind of matched Ben and Meiko mejor. So it probably would have needed to been Italy not missing at all, and then Chile keeping basically one of those misses. So unfortunate start for Italy. They are gonna hand over a breakpoint to Chile. Chile gonna try to double up here, and that's gonna be in the form of LN2.
Yeah, this is definitely understandable. I would say this is the dense. Okay, this is the density LN, and I kind of feel like this generally is a bit more simpler to be able to play, and really favors Chile, who is really good at these early game LN accuracy maps.
Gonna be scary to see Antrix, Nightmare, and Muchi on the other side of the board. Nesuna gonna step in for Italy as we still field Angela and Barry on LN2. Sunapple, how do you think the margins are gonna be on a map like this?
Honestly, I don't know how good Italy is. Or I don't know how much Italy is going to be able to fare against Chile on LN specifically. Just because I keep on saying it, I know Chile is such a good LN team. It's scary.
Yeah, that is true. Chile being the best performing team for LN2 last week. Italy actually at a kind of comfortable number 9, smack dab in the middle, had around a 990 average, but Chile just absolutely overwhelming with a 995 average last week. So you'd have to think with this little bit of a difficulty bump, things are widened a bit, and Chile should have even more so of an upper hand.
Yeah, I will say the difficulty bump will favor Italy at least a bit, since they do scale a bit more as they go into late game. But early on, we are seeing already just an accuracy lead for Chile. Everybody on the Italian side below that 9.8, and it's the opposite for Chile. Everybody doing really, really well on that team.
Yeah, this map is unlike Shiraku in terms of length, where you don't really have a lot of time to make plays happen. You have less than 2 minutes, and basically that means any miss is going to be even more deadlier than the last map. And first big density section here, no one faltering except for Nessun right at the very end.
How could you?
My bad.
Yeah, and that's just going to increase the lead that was already on Chile's side. Nesso up, taking another break, not what you want to see. Struggling a bit more at this 99.45 range. And Chile doing this really, really strong. It's difficult to be able to explain just how good this score is so far.
Yeah, I mean, again, Chile looks to recreate the magic that they had in last week's LN2, but this time on Origami. And as the map tries to close out, a little bit of PI, big density burst that we just passed through, and one last big density section. Seems like Chile yet again just has a stranglehold, 30,000 points of difference, and that's only off of one miss. Very, very impressive showing from Chile here. As let's see here, yeah, 2.985. That is a crazy team score, only dropping a little bit from last week, and one V1SS from Muchi, and the other two players on Chile beating out the counterparts on Italy by very wide margins. Shows how dominant Chile is on LN.
Yeah, I do think the only team that could really beat them is like US maybe on LNs, especially early game, but this team score's kind of crazy. I would say it's definitely at least top 3 of the weekend.
Yeah, I don't think really there are a lot of teams that just have such a strong LN core where you can just 995 a map like this on command on average. So, very scary for Italy, as yes, they are down 0-2. They are the ones up to pick, and they immediately fire off the Rice 3 Black Knife pick.
Yeah, and I really like this pick. We sadly didn't see it in the last match, but I think going for something a bit more simpler, even if Chile will obviously have that really strong player in Miucci, I think going for something a bit more simpler will really help Italy in terms of just their accuracy ability, improving, because I think the supporting scores on Italy are better than the supporting scores on Chile.
Yeah, I think you're right in that aspect. So I think it is going to be very interesting to see how the third player on Chile/Italy do, because probably what's most likely going to happen is that, you know, everyone's going to be very comfortable on a map like this, probably get something like, you know, 99.95 plus. It just really relies on, will that third player drop? Will they take any 200s on a map like this against, you know, very Rice heavy teams? One 200 could really be just the end of the point for you.
Yeah, especially with how consistent these players are at Korjak specifically. I think most players are pretty good at this kind of BPM. It is 145, so it's a bit fast, though I think everybody is more than capable. It's also not too dense, so I think everybody is more than capable of being able to FC this and probably SS this.
Exactly. I think, you know, at early game Korjak, that's what's to be expected for you as, you know, one of the Rice anchors if you're a top-seeded Rice team. And right now we do see that, I think, with everything evening out, Chile has just the slightest bit of a lead over Italy, and that's with Chile having all 3 players above a 99.95, like I said. And unfortunately for Italy, they have 2 players at a 99.93, and even though it just seems so close, unfortunately that's just how it is on Korjak.
Yeah, it is interesting, very at this 100%. I'm going to say it because I know they're not on the windmill. I did see them at 99.99 at some point. But Chile's supporting scores are actually doing really well at this point. And Italy really just needs to try to get that at least up a bit. We can hope for a 200 from Chile. I'm trying to curse it at least a bit. Italy doing really well otherwise, though.
Exactly. You know, this game is going to be decided by the smallest of margins, and Chile has about 1,000-point lead. So I think at this point Chile could probably drop a 200 if they really wanted to. But we are gonna get back into the bulk of things. The patterning is going to switch a little. It's not going to be pure Korjak. You have these little, I wouldn't say flames, but kind of like broken jump stream-y kind of things in the middle, and very unfortunately going to drop, but Miucci trades it out. Very surprising from both of them, but it favors Chile in the end, especially with their supporting players. But no, Miucci is going to drop yet again, and the map is going to close out with a 200-point lead for Italy.
No way that happens. No way. I was just about to say how Veri's drop was really dirty, and that could swing, just secure it, but Miuka missing at the end. I told you he is very prone to misses, and we see it back to back on these Rice picks.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was so interesting seeing both top performers on that Rice Korjak pick for the entirety of the map falter at the end. I mean, look at Very and Miuchi's ratios, and then look at everyone else's. 100% they were the players for their teams on Korjak, but both of them fell. It's just Miuchi fell a little bit more, and Italy securing their first point, not in a way that many people would expect. 2 misses from Miuchi, and so Chile tries to pick up the pieces in LN1. I believe this was their Protect Sun Apple, so I think we're going to see another dominant performance from them.
Yeah, most likely. What? It was like 20k lead on Origami. I would assume something maybe a bit less, maybe in like the 10 to 15k range, since this is a bit more just simpler to play. Or not simpler, a bit less physically taxing to play. Also, I do want to note that Chile, I believe, would be number 2 on the leaderboard for Origami, just being beaten out by the US.
Yeah, and I mean, oh boy, Chile on LN1. It's gonna be yet again very tough for Italy. They don't have the accuracy to really match anyone on Chile, and that's on all angles too. But thankfully it's coordination, so maybe another choke could happen. But what is needed from Italy is probably at least a triple FC at the bare minimum. And then it's really just off of the back of Chile maybe having a miss or two.
Yeah, and Chile can miss. We haven't seen it so far on LNs, and it is, I would say, a bit more difficult on these release LN maps because in early game it's not as physically taxing. We do actually see an early 200 from Miyuchi. Interesting to know, but I think a bit more is going to be needed.
Yeah, with everyone just getting up to combo cap and Chile having to lead at 4,000 points, that is a huge difference to have at the very start of the map. This map isn't too long either. In fact, it's very short, 1 minute and 53 seconds to make any moves. And with Nessun up at a 99.4, much below anyone on Chile. Italy already having a tough time on this chart.
Yeah, kind of something to be expected. We did see Italy struggle a lot more on these LNs, and releases make you, I guess, get a lot more 200, so that's definitely why their accuracies are a bit lower than normal. But I mean, it doesn't seem like that's the case for Chile. It looks like we're playing density all over again. Everybody doing super well. Nesuop taking a break, but it doesn't really matter at this point. Another one comes out 20 to 30k at this point lead.
Yeah, just Nessun not really being able to coordinate as much, especially in the more jackier parts of this map. And yeah, I mean, Chile, once again, just such a really good squad in LN when you have Yuchi and Turix and Nightmare on your team. 99.82 with them aiming for a 994 minimum. Yet again, it seems like they're going to put up a crazy LN score to end off this map. And the biggest lead that we've seen so far in this match is gonna be on LN1.
Yeah, to be expected, Chile's LN's really good, but it's now time for Italy. We did see them take a break point. Not a break point. We did see them take a point, and I'm not sure what they want to go for next. Maybe they can go for Rice 2, another pretty simple map. Or they could go for like Rice 5, or Rice 4, the other technical map in the pool.
Yeah, this was their protect, and all things considered, Shiraku was pretty close overall. So yes, they did get saved on Black Knife, but I think they could just outright beat Chile on a map like this. I mean, it was their protect for a reason, and hopefully it was for a good one.
I think it will be. We saw Rice 6 be very close until those 2 misses. And I think this one may have a similar fate, since I don't know how well Chile scales into the later portions of the difficulty curve in Rice.
Yeah, it feels like at least how Shiraku went, Italy seemed a little bit more prone on some of the bursts. So I don't know, it feels like Italy does need to come off with a clean team score in order to win. But what's more important is that everyone updates their map. It seems like, I don't know if there's an update or if there was deletion on some side for Chile, but it seems to be a problem for Italy too.
Yeah, it looks like something in the metadata got changed in post. And very, very common. Luckily, this doesn't affect the map itself. So good for players, they don't have to actually practice a different map. Or I guess come into the match site reading this, especially on such a important pick for Italy, where if you do lose this, you do go on to match point.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point that you make where this is Italy's potential final pick, so it really did feel like, of course, they had to go for the protect with this. And they're kind of fighting for their lives here now because they banned Hybrid 1, so Chile kind of has that obvious pick in LN3 afterwards.
Alright, good lucks, have funs have been given out, or however they want to say it. But we will go on to Italy's pick, Rice 4.
Yeah, Rice. Rice 4.
Yep, I can get it eventually. Just give me some time.
Mm-hmm. And Italy actually running out of time as they...
What does it look like?
If they lose this pick, it might be deuces for them, at least in the winners bracket. To remind everyone, they did secure a pretty big upset last week against Indonesia, seed 11. But to start off this map, I mean, things look pretty clean overall. Whoa, that burst came out, and to see Meiko and Muji hold the 100 was kind of crazy.
These players are insane sometimes. It's always impressive to see what they are able to achieve. But early on, we are seeing a switch up. It is still a very small lead, but a lead nonetheless for Chile. It's looking like Chile's supporting combos are doing really, really well at this intro. But as we go on to the more difficult section, we will most likely see some accuracies go down.
Yeah, especially with some of these bursts and speeder jack sections, and here we go with that really long double, and I'm getting caught out by that, but very actually in that transition will shades of Black Knife, I would say, as Very takes that first drop as they were the leading scorer for Italy, and kind of similar accuracies where Chile has everyone at above a 99.9. Italy second and third supporting scores just a little bit behind. So again, like on the Korjak pick, what's needed to happen is 2 misses over on Chile's side.
Yeah, it's always devastating whenever Very breaks, since they are the top scorer in the lobby. They are expected to be able to get the most accurate, I guess, abilities just because of how good they are at these kind of Rice picks. But Chile, nonetheless, able to capitalize on this lead, bringing it up to 10k, and it's getting close to the point where Chile may be able to win even with 2 misses. And another miss from Very is going to secure that. Chile has a lot of room for error in this last quarter.
Pretty much. Very unfortunate to see another drop from Very. Not who you wanted to see miss in this map. Is trying to close out. You know, there's a couple bursts like that left, and it just does not seem like anyone in Chile wants to drop at all. They feel good on these rolls. They feel good on all the jacks presented. No, it's total domination from Chile. As let's see at the accuracies, and on a map like this where it was proclaimed as the hardest physical map / technical map of the pool, with Rice Sosi dropping, to see everyone on Chile have above a 99.9 is honestly quite insane, especially with Michi having 100 and a 50, yet still almost top accuracy in the lobby. Huge win for Chile.
Yeah, I mean, Meiko Merhod also doing really, really well. Top score in the lobby, even without like the top accuracy. Still, Chile on match point. Still have an LN3 pick left. You're definitely going for it. Will Italy be able to come
Is what
back,
you would
though?
say if Michi didn't fire off the Rice 2.
Wait, they fired off Rice too? I did not see that. That is crazy. Huh.
That is kind of crazy to think about, where you have been so dominant by super wide margins on both the LM maps. Why not go for the third? But I mean, they do have a bit of room to play with. If they do lose this, they still have, you know, 3 as a pick if Italy's able to secure the point after. But seeing as how well they did on Rise 4, I can't really condemn them for this pick.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, I am a bit interested because we did see Rice 3 go the other way for Italy. So as long as Italy is able to hold on very well and Chile take a break or two, then there is a chance for Italy to take this, honestly. This is going to be the best chance that Italy has.
Yeah, I would say so, especially after seeing how they lost on Rise 4. Definitely some moves can be made, but it's kind of hard to see how much Very has been struggling in terms of consistency, and that's really leading to Italy taking deeper losses than what's expected.
Alright, but good luck, have fun. What could possibly be the last map in the match. Luckily not a sweep, even though the seeds are so different. But I wonder what we'll see today.
Yeah, can Italy get their second point and try to keep their winners bracket run alive for even the smallest amount more?
All right.
Super light start, but getting into finally some of this actual jump stream that we see. Pretty quick too, 238.7 BPM, decent jump from last week. And yet again, Chile, everyone's stellar accuracy, very matching pretty much everyone on that other side, but Angela and Rice Toasty left picking up the pieces as they're struggling just a little bit. I say struggling, but 99.8s are obviously very impressive, and not a lot of people can do it. It's just when you're up against a top-seeded team like Chile, who's known for having crazy accuracy early on in the game, it's tough.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, no matter what you're going to be up against, having to fight a 99.99 is absurd. Also, Very taking, I believe, a 200, dropping that accuracy down slightly. It's definitely not what you want to see, but I mean, Chile's whole team is just outclassing Italy on this map.
100%, and finally halfway in. This is a bit of a longer map, but I think, oh yep, Very is going to miss again. Very unfortunate. I think this has got to be like their third or fourth miss on a map, and they've been playing in pretty much everything, so unlucky to see. And Chile is going to have a very big cushion to work with, especially when you feel so comfortable on a map like this. It is pretty straightforward jump stream. Yes, there are, you know, a decent amount of split kills that you'll see through and throughout, but it just feels like Chile has this one in the bag.
Yeah, it definitely is understandable why they decided to come out and pick this right off the bat and not wanting to go for LN3. A quarter of the way through the map, Antarex just barely getting under this 99.9 and will probably improve eventually. And Italy struggling, even just to get to their 99.8s.
A little bit of a break, but right back into it. And this is the last jump stream section for Italy to try to stay alive. Unfortunately for them, though, it's not really anything that they can do about it. It's more about what Chile can give over to them. And it seems like not the smallest of crumbs will be allotted to Italy for this one. as Chile looks to close out this match in basically a crazy fashion of, yeah, 998 average almost. Just absolutely insane performance from everyone on the side of Chile.
Yeah, 1 to what? Is that 100, right? Yeah, 1 to 100 ratio for Miyuka. Probably 1 to 100 something. But still, absolutely absurd. Congrats to Chile. Being our last victor of the round of 16. We have our full bracket now set in place, and that is kind of crazy.
Yeah, so, I mean, GGWP to both teams. Chile, absolutely outstanding performance, just showing us how good they are on all facets of the game in the early game. Dominating even a team like Chile or Italy, which is very, very scary. And I would feel like, I mean, both Italy and Argentina in these last two matches have shown us that the lower seeded teams this year are insane at this video game. They are starting to have core rosters that are very good at many skill sets. So, I mean, Italy, well played to them. They're still gonna survive in the lower bracket. Winner, which is Chile, they're gonna face South Korea in the quarterfinals. That should be an absolutely insane matchup. One of the classics, and Italy gonna go down to face Poland in the losers bracket. But that's gonna be it for the round of 16. Like you said, the full bracket is here. So, Apple, any crazy matches that you see in right here?
I'm a huge fan of Hong Kong, UK. That's going to be a good one. Like, no matter what happens, that is a classic LN versus Rice. Or actually, yes, it's a classic LN versus Rice. Because Hong Kong is so good at LN, and UK is so good at Rice.
Yeah, so maybe try to watch out for that one in the quarterfinals if you are up for it this weekend. But with this being done, there's only one thing left to do, and that is the quarterfinal showcase. So, Apple, I know you'll be commentating that. That's going to be at the top of the hour, right?
Yes, this is true. I am forgetting one thing, though, I just realized, and that is about a special something that you can be purchasing from the Osu store called a banner. Tyna, would you like to talk a bit more about it?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, there's somewhere you can go on the Osu site, something like on the header banner, maybe the store and the products, or if you look in the Twitch chat, you can actually type in !banners and get the link there. But for less than the price of 1 month of Osu support, you can support your favorite team, you can support multiple of your favorite teams, or you can support your favorite team multiple times. And if you choose the winner of the MWC for this year's edition, you get to keep that little banner for the entire year. So go on ahead and get your banners today. Support the game that you know and love to play. But Sun Apple, that's gonna do it for this devastating duo of commentary, huh?
Sadly, maybe we'll be back together, my buddy, next week.
We'll be back on Overwatch tonight. Is what's gonna happen?
Definitely. I'm already Tracer, man.
Exactly. But thank you guys for watching. Stick around because in 20 minutes, Sun Apple and I believe Alexar will be commenting the quarterfinal showcase. You do not want to miss it. We have some crazy things cooked up for you then.
See y'all.
はもう今一人目が覚めた壊れた世界の中で嘘の声をさ押し寄せる波の中体預けて嘘な世界もどこか晴れたように映るな道なき場所でも生きてゆける
Hello. Welcome back. We're here with another showcase. This is going to be the quarterfinal showcase here at the OC Mania 4K World Cup 2025. We just concluded a bunch of amazing matches for the round of 16, and now all that's done and dusted, we can move on to the quarterfinal showcase, and that's what we're going to do today. Right now, here joining us will be me, Mint, and I'm here with Sun Apple.
Hello. I am back. You are stuck with me for another, at minimum, an hour. So you will hear my voice. I'm really excited to be here. I've been here. I haven't been able to commentate a showcase yet, but I have done it a lot in the past, so I'm very happy.
Yeah, it's just like the good old days, man. Commentating with you for a showcase.
It's like the good old days.
It is like the good old days, man.
Okay. If you say so this time.
Yeah.
I don't have anything else to say though. Yeah. I think I guess it is like the good old days. We're on the same wavelength.
It really is like the good old days. Yeah, we don't even know what to say because it's just like the good old days. It's so much like the good old days, in fact, that we should just. It's probably better not to dwell on nostalgia and move on as we look at Rice 1. It's going down now by Valedict. This is very similar to his world, I would say. We do have a Persona song now. Shout out to Persona.
Yeah, I believe last time we found a Persona song in finals, so it's actually going to be a bit earlier this time in quarters. Another Valedict Persona song, so I wouldn't be surprised if people understand the patterning, especially after having to play his world. As you did say, they are very, very similar. We are already seeing a lot more density in terms of patterns, I would say, which is going to add a lot more difficulty.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see these like very sustained streams. These clock in about 20 BPM higher than his world, so around 330, 336 to be more precise. But it's not fully sustained. It does draw back a little bit with the snaps and stuff, but it's still very, very difficult to maintain composure and accuracy on this kind of map, for sure. As we did see with his world, but we will see more of that here.
Yeah, we saw it a bit more at the start as well. A lot of these like really quick one-hand trills we're seeing them as well here. Not necessarily just one hand, there have also been switching up between the fingers and all this stuff, but there's just little mini jacks that are just all over the place that don't really feel like mini jacks, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, the mini jacks, I would say, like as you pointed out, they do feel very smooth. And I do think that overall the main difficulty of this is just maintaining consistency over these types of patterns.
Yeah, but this is another pretty quick one, only a bit less than 2 minutes, 1 minute 55. So definitely another place where a lot of players breaking early on or in any of the sustained patterns will struggle a lot in terms of getting high scores.
Absolutely. And yeah, with that out of the way, that was Rice 1. And I suppose it's high time we move on to Rice 2. This is Endro by High Lotto. This is our jump stream map. Just for the record, because quarterfinals will have a higher win condition, we are adding a new slot, so that will be the next slot, stamina. So this one will be a lot less stamina oriented than our previous round of 16.
Yeah, though, I do believe this is still a bit faster than the previous jump stream at 252 BPM, so definitely is a step up. Players will still have to keep their toes, like, basically as hot as possible whenever playing this.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, these patterns are very anchory, very trilly, kind of what you'd expect for a jump stream map. But I would say the most notable thing about this is that it has a lot of breaks. It's very forgiving in terms of the stamina component because of the fact that we now have a stamina slot specifically for that purpose.
Yeah, and another thing to note is a lot of this map is filled with anchors just all over the place. We saw some even in that break section, as you were just saying, but they're kind of just embedded all over the place. You don't really feel them whenever you're playing, but a lot of these kind of chord jack transitions, just very small chord jack, definitely makes you feel it a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, these patterns are fairly light, all things considered. You just really have to watch out for those anchors. And yeah, I mean, the map goes by quicker than you would expect.
Yeah, I mean, we're already about a fourth the map left. A big thing in this map is also just how bursty it is. We are seeing a lot of times where it's like a small break and then having a really burst of energy in the map with just a lot of dense streams. And, I mean, we're seeing it right here. It's just constantly happening over and over again. It's really going to be about transitions in this map, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it just goes by so much faster than you'd expect. Like I had so much more to say about this, but it's almost over. And so I guess that'll have to be saved for another time. And yeah, this map it's quite comfortable. It's quite fun, and yeah, 252 BPM is nothing to scoff at. But it is fairly comfortable, all things considered. At least compared to the next pick, which is our stamina map, which is so this is Rice 3 stamina. 240 BPM. So these patterns, I would say, are maybe more forgiving, but they definitely go on for longer periods of time. I think in comparison to Endro.
Yeah, and as well, on top of just being more sustained in terms of its jump stream, it is significantly longer. A minute longer is quite a lot when having to play at such a high level. Even just accuracy, trying to get your best accuracy, doing it for 3 minutes compared to 2 is absolutely absurd in its level of difficulty.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would say like in terms of like comfort, these patterns are definitely more on the comfort side than Endro was. But like sustaining these types of patterns for this long, definitely, it's a different skill set at that point, and I think that's mostly why we have this like new stamina slot is because of the fact that sustaining these sorts of patterns for so long takes a lot of mental composure, as well as, of course, physical composure, but that comes into play more so in semis, finals, grand finals. So we're not really at that point where this should be completely tiring players out, but it will definitely tire some players out for sure, at least to the point where maybe you'll find your accuracy slipping up towards the second half or something like that.
Yeah, that's very true. And another thing that I want to know as I'm watching this, I feel like this is really like as though you're dancing with your fingers, where you're moving left and right constantly. And a lot of patterns are not necessarily repeated, but it's repeated in the same essence, where it's just mirrored in a sense. So I feel like actually playing on mirror may be better, because you may want to start a certain pattern on your left finger and then do it again on the right, or you may want to reverse that.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely something that players should be keeping in consideration. Oh, yeah, I want to point out these like sort of streamy like more patterns for the guitar solo. This is definitely something you should watch out for. They're fairly comfortable, fairly rolly, but definitely. If your accuracy is starting to slip up at this point, it's definitely something to watch out for, just considering the fact that it's not straightforward jump stream there.
Yeah, but I mean, a fourth the way through, or a fourth the way left, have we seen a break yet? I don't believe so. It really just goes to show how consistent this map really is.
It depends what you consider a break, but yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Like, if there are any breaks, they're very short. It really just keeps going on, but the patterns are just so fun, you know, some things get lost in the sauce. Those anchors are very brutal there. The introduction of like hands sprinkled throughout the map there. And we're closing out the map more or less with another like kind of like, yeah, the little organ solo as always. Very classic.
Yeah, that's very true. But that's going to be it for the map.
Yeah, that was Romanesque Romancia, map by Miari Chaisu, and oh, look at the time. It's Miari Chaisu time. And Rise 4, we have Miari Chaisu Korjak, Danger and Danger. This one, I love this one actually. I don't really know how to describe it. It's a lot more glut focused than Black Knife was. Like it's very heavy on the sort of like idea of like denser. Like we're getting denser is basically the main point. Like the step up, it's only a 2.5 BPM increase, but the patterns are much more relentless, and they also continue for a lot longer. So this, yeah.
Yeah, I believe in our last Korjak map, we hardly ever saw any quads, and I mean here they're scattered all over the place alongside the triplets. And that's just already a sign of how much denser it is. On top of being 5 BPM longer, I think it's around 3 BPM longer, or faster, but still, even that little amount, it will make it so much more difficult. It's even just to act, and just to play in general.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these like 3-2-3-2 patterns are the probably some of the hardest patterns in the map, I would say. Like in terms of density at least, like being able to coordinate like both hands in such a manner that allows you to execute these patterns, it can get tricky. And we have these like 4-note jacks kind of, and they're not isolated. You have like the other column on the same hand also have some notes in there as well. So we it's a fairly tricky pattern, all things considered. Like for Korjak, we're really starting to ramp up the difficulty of the patterns, less so than the difficulty of the density and the BPM. So this is going to be a trend that you'll be seeing for later Korjak, especially semis, finals, where you'll notice that the increase of the BPM is very small, but the difficulty, the way that it ramps up is very, very steep. And so that's definitely something to watch out for and keep in mind as you're playing this and playing later Korjak maps.
Yeah, that's true. And that honestly seemed like one of very difficult court jack maps just because of how dense it is. But that's going to be it for that one as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the next map is also uh, fairly interesting. This is Grosso's Castle by Lemon Guy. You'll be like, what? Falcom in the not jump stream category? Like, what's going on here? Like, something's gone either terribly wrong or terribly right for this to happen.
I feel like it's more on the terribly right section, considering that this is a more techie map.
Absolutely.
Because it's just Lemon Guy, I don't feel like is well known for making Falcom Sound Team tech maps.
Yeah, they're normally on the jump stream side, but we definitely see some of those roots of the jump streams here. We got this long trail here, but yeah, I mean overall a lot of polyrhythms. We get mini jacks, long jacks, bursts. It just throws everything at you. It really just it's very relentless, but it would still consider it like under the definition of light tech, whatever that is supposed to mean. Like that's where this falls, I would say.
Yeah, I do think the little trills are also very, very funny to see. We've already been seeing players struggling a lot on this weekend alone, even on just like the hybrids. So I think having a map, not necessarily just dedicated to it, but having it be one of the core assets in it is going to be very interesting to see these players just have to struggle through.
Yeah, absolutely. We get this sort of like segmented jump stream section, and we get this like it's just very honestly it's hard to place, I think, just due to the fact that I don't think we really have a previous map in MWC that's like super similar to this, which is not typical of MWC, I think. But yeah, I mean, this is just, it's very different. But I guess you could say that it's like in the same category as like Winnipeg /A/ Happy Arnold, that kind of vibe. But this is much slower, and the patterns are like a lot more focused on these trills and long jacks than those map are.
Yeah, I do think that even though it is a lot slower, I think that may actually be a disadvantage for the players because it's still super dense, so it makes you really have to think about these patterns.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with that. It is very, very difficult to coordinate these sorts of patterns. Well, yeah, that was Grossto's Castle. That was our Rice 5. Looks like we'll be moving to our vocal dump pick, which is Rice 6. It's going to be Kyomen no Nami by Ska. This is... It's very hard to put into words how this pick makes me feel. It's very ska. I'll put it that way. And I'm sure people are familiar with ska's mapping to some extent.
Yeah, I mean, we saw ska a lot in the past, so I think especially the MWC players will be very used to it. Very, very trilly, very, very speedy as well.
Yeah, I will say, like, the speed component is definitely not as high as in Rice 1, but the tech aspect, for sure, you will see, like, a lot of, like, very interestingly placed long jacks and kind of polyrhythm things going on. It's very, it's definitely very out there as a pick, for sure.
Yeah, I'll say just looking at this map seems super, super fun to play, especially those long jacks. Just like, I feel like it will just feel super satisfying to be able to hit them, even though they are super difficult to be able to do just because they are kind of slow in comparison to everything else.
Yeah, I see the long jack right there. But yeah, I mean, it's just very... Yeah, honestly, there's no other way to describe it. This map is just very ska.
Yeah, it definitely is. I feel like if you showed me this map without knowing the mapper, I could instantly tell you that it was ska, just because it's so iconic with how this patterning is.
Absolutely, iconic is a very good word for that. I would also say, like, the idiosyncrasies used in these maps is just very. You really can't replicate this. It's just its own. It's its own style. Really.
Yeah, shout out Hoseki no Kuni. That show is very good. I would recommend it. But I mean, this map also very, very good. Be sure to be able to play it, especially since it is one of the maps in the pool. I will say it is very similar to Last Surprise from 2 years ago, correct? So
I honestly would say that it's really hard to compare, honestly, because Last Surprise is so much more difficult. I think Baka Mitai might actually be a better comparison, but I think this one is definitely it's longer, more sustained. The pattern types are very different, so it's kind of hard to say. But yeah, for sure, we kind of there's just a lot to say about this now. It's very hard to kind of put my thoughts into words here, but yeah, I mean overall. It's just very, yeah. I mean, the map kind of speaks for itself, I would say.
it really is like a piece of art, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, with that out of the way, I think we're going on to Rice 7. This is going to be a last Rice pick. People probably know this map, I want to say. I hope so. This is Toki by Shoegazer 1.05. It's 1 minute and 35 seconds. It's extremely short, but it is some of the most relentless tech I've ever seen.
Yeah, 1 minute 30 is, I think, is it the shortest map in the tournament so far? I don't think there's been anything
I
even
think it
close
is.
to it.
Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is.
Yeah, so there's just like so little room for error in how techy this is, and we're already seeing it. It's just like everything is so awkward to be able to play these mini jacks on one column while also having to do stuff on your other hand. It's so weird.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of like one-handed, like it's very polyrhythm heavy, and that seems to be a theme for the tech maps this round. But they all play very differently. I would say like this one is just completely relentless in the way that these sorts of like technical patterns kind of show up. It's like if you were missing that sort of like super tech kind of thing from Rice 5, then this is definitely where you will find it.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like with the map just started and it's already almost done at this point, it just continues to get even harder and harder as more things are added to the song. It feels a bit overwhelming at some points, but that's gonna be it.
Yeah, like as you said, like just as it starts, it's over like, just like that. And that also concludes our Rice pool. Unfortunately, we have no more Rice maps. That was all of them. And so this is our hybrid. This is going to be our hybrid 1, Bison Charged by Toph Daddy. Let's take a look.
Yeah, so this is going to be a bit more of the simpler hybrids, a bit more speedy of a hybrid than the other two, as we have been seeing, and we're already seeing this map is so fast, 243 ppm, and
Yeah,
that density was absurd.
Yeah, it gets much denser towards the end, actually. It's very frightening, to be honest, the fact that this is the level that we're at for hybrids in the quarterfinals. And who knows how difficult this is going to get towards grand finals. But yeah, we got some more polyrhythms. If you missed out on the polyrhythms in the right section, we have them here in hybrids. But yeah, mostly it's very speedy, sort of like speedy hybrid for sure, but definitely a lot of those kinds of like really quick LN patterns that feel like it's they're very quick. I don't really know how else to say it. They're just very speedy.
Yeah, that's true. Another thing to note is just how small, or not just necessarily small, but short these LNs are. So they don't necessarily just feel like LNs. They definitely do have the essence of it, but it's like
Yeah,
you really
like,
just
you
have
don't
to
get the-
focus on
yeah.
hitting them at first.
Absolutely, you don't get the pressure of like holding on as much, but you definitely like still have to concentrate on those elements. And this is the section I was talking about with the very dense sort of blue. Like, come on, like that is brutal.
Yeah, that is just so fast at such a dense amount.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, that was our hybrid one. It's more sort of straightforward high BPM hybrid. We'll get to hybrid 2, which is Kinetic Flux mapped by GB Rick and Vito. This one is interesting because the song was released fairly recently. This is a Locust submission, actually. Locust, for those of you who don't know, was a contest hosted by Osu. It's an official contest that was basically like a bunch of teams making custom songs, custom maps and storyboards and all that. And so yeah, this is where the song is from. The map itself is very Mini Jack Shield oriented. We got a lot of these like very sort of difficult to coordinate patterns, but I would say that this is a lot easier than maybe Carry Me Away from last year's quarterfinals Hybrid 2.
Yeah, I do always appreciate being able to see these Osu originals since I feel like there's so many, it's kind of hard to be able to figure out where all of them are, and it's always nice to be able to see them. But I mean, here, as you said, so many mini jacks, though honestly, it kind of feels like it's just 4 jacks just because of how many there are.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're very light sort of shields and mini jacks going on here, but like, you definitely have to watch out for when the mini jack or shield is on the same hand as like a held long note. Like that is probably one of the more difficult things that you need to watch out for on this one.
Yeah, these 3K patterns are also pretty brutal, especially having to constantly be pressing up and down on your other key.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we are getting into a little bit of a break section, like into like a sort of like a broken chord jack sort of light section here. These patterns are definitely not to scoff at, but they are fairly straightforward, fairly simple to go through. But then it introduces LNs here, and it becomes a lot more difficult to coordinate these sorts of patterns, especially with the sustained like length of the long notes.
Yeah, and this map also decently long, 3 minutes and 5 seconds, so kind of feels like a mini TB in a sense. Not necessarily, just because I feel like this is a bit more focused on techie aspects, a lot more like shields, as you have been saying.
Yeah, for sure. And here we get into the drop where it introduces some like 1/6 bursts, and it becomes a lot more focused on like the like coordinating slower LN patterns along with the shield.
Yeah, and coming up to the end, there's really just no room for error besides that one small break earlier on. We do have a bit of a lighten up in terms of the speed, but not in the physicality at all.
Absolutely, and like just like that, the map is over, even though it is like fairly long with 3 minute the map clocking at 3 minutes. So yeah, it looks like we're gonna go into Hybrid 3. This one is quite interesting, I want to say. Like, I know I've been hyping up every single map, but Hybrid 3 especially, this one is quite something. This is a collab between Guden, Alptrom, and myself. This is Cherry Blossoms Explode Across the Dying Horizon.
Yeah, I'm personally always excited to see Hybrid 3 because I want to see what screwed up map y'all cook up, because I feel like every single time I see it, it's worse and worse for
Absolutely, and this is no exception. This one is crazy. At least, especially if you compare it to distant relatives that we got through. This one just turns it up to 100. But yeah, we haven't even gotten into the actual difficult section of the map yet, and we're already seeing some incomprehensible patterns, I want to say.
Yeah, just the nature of this song itself. I know I think a few people may have played. I think there's a rank map of it. A few people may have played that, and that one's already awkward. And that I don't think that one was trying to be awkward on purpose.
Here's where the difficulty really starts. We get these sorts of like I just don't know how to describe these patterns. We get these like one-handed trills. These are really rough. They come back later, I think.
Yeah, this map is so bursty as well. It's just cycling in and out of really calm sections to really just aggressive, like just patterning, all coming at you at once.
Absolutely. It's just it is absurd how difficult these patterns are, but I mean, we are in quarterfinals. We're really starting to ramp things up, and we have to reach grand finals at a reasonable pace. So I think this is more or less a good middle ground for the sorts of hybrid 3 patterns that we're going to see. So it is just going to get weirder and weirder, for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going into another weird section right there, right after some long jacks, so don't worry, you won't be missing out on those here.
Absolutely. Those long jacks in the transition are... I mean, personally, it's not that bad. I find to be able to consistently FC that pattern. But this is like kind of where I start to struggle personally. These sorts of patterns are very difficult to coordinate. Like you see these like releases and the way that they sort of like go like anti-flow in a way, but also you kind of have to play them intuitively. It makes you feel all sorts of different ways in the way the patterns kind of go. It's very difficult to describe.
Yeah, it really does look like you're just playing like triangles at some points.
Playing triangles is an interesting way to put it. Well, yeah, that is hybrid 3, which means that we're done with our hybrids, which is quite unfortunate, but that just means we're moving on to LNs, and we're getting into LNs here. We have a Golden Ray by Chryslerloom. This is a 243 BPM coordination map. Fairly standard, a little bit longer than previous round, Hachigatsu, which was like around 2 minutes. This is around a little higher than 3 minutes. The patterns are pretty forgiving, I want to say, but yeah, just overall, we kind of have that sort of coordination vibe here. We do have a little bit of sprinkling of like 1/3 sort of patterns as well, every now and then, just for good measure, just to make things a little more interesting, a little spicy.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, I feel like so far the map hasn't been too impressive in terms of its difficulty. Really, we will be seeing it right here, and we are already seeing it. This isn't a density, but honestly is so dense for a release. It's kind of absurd. There's a lot of sections where you have to be sure to hold on to the correct timings, though. So it definitely is very difficult to be able to get really good accuracy on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you said, this is very dense, but overall still like the sort of palette of patterns that you would expect to see in a coordination map. So I would say it's maybe a little easier than Lost Lost Lost. Maybe like just like around there is just kind of like the ballpark that we're looking at.
Yeah, and as we finish up that last chorus, this slightly makes it a bit easier to be able to, I guess, get back your mental stamina, because I feel like in terms of physicality, this is going to be one of the easier maps. But I mean, as we go on, it honestly doesn't seem that way, since there's so many times where it's like kind of like playing mini jacks constantly.
Yeah, absolutely. And it really is just like a very slow shields is kind of a way to put it, but I honestly feel like the bulk of the difficulty that comes from coordinating these sorts of patterns, not just from the releases, is kind of the way that the flams are patterned as well. Like just the way that the little 1/4 in between all of the shields and Ellen patterns, it really you really need to watch out for those in particular, in my opinion. And that is definitely something to note for later on as the little embellishments begin to be a lot more decorative later on. It's just very. I would say it's a standard mid-game coordination map, but I mean, what else is there to say really?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only other thing that I can say is that I feel like a lot of these releases, very few of them are at the same timing, as you were kind of implying. That really is just so difficult to be able to time. Only the best teams will be able to play this well, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely, and we will be getting into our density map, which is Irowajo Eto Izanao by Senya, or map by Yuista. And this one, 210 BPM. Now we're matching quarterfinals BPM. Or not quarterfinals. We are in quarterfinals. Now we're matching the qualifier BPM for density.
Yeah, we get classic Yuista density, so I think a lot of players may be familiar with it. This is a Toho song, so for all you Toho fans in the chat, be excited.
Yeah, for sure. Just a little fun fact, I don't think that this song is in a game. I think it's just from a CD, like a Toho CD. It doesn't matter. This is the density patterns are fairly straightforward. I want to say we got a lot of these like one-handed trills kind of going on, and like I guess like anchors, kind of it's like kind of like back and forth, left and right pattern here. I don't really know how to describe these, but you can feel them like when you're playing, for sure.
Yeah, it is definitely very interesting to see just how slow those back and forths are, since I feel like that can kind of trip you up if you're expecting it to come in a bit faster, especially because of how fast the rest of the map is. Having played this multiple times may screw you up actually on that section.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, we just kind of have this like little break section here, but again, like you can't really call this a break section when like you still have to like be able to focus on these sorts of like LN patterns, and now we're just going right back into the LN density portion of the map, and which is of course the bulk of the map, and this is really like this is the kind of like test that you really want to see for LN density. It's sort of like anchory, very trilly. And the releases are very minimal, I want to say, but they can still definitely, like, you can still get caught off guard by some of the patterns, for sure.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I feel like in comparison to the last map, a lot of the LNs in this are a bit, like, kind of released at the same time, so it isn't too difficult. You can kind of play it more automatically, not having to think too much about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And with LN density out of the way, that does mean we're getting into LN3. I do want to note, I'm not sorry for this. I want to let the map speak for itself. Let's let me quiet down for a bit. Just watch it. Just watch it. You'll see.
I'm excited for the trill.
Yeah, this is Planet Shaper. This is Planet Shaper. I'm sure you're surprised as much as I am. Planet Shaper, but also LN. It's quite interesting.
How would you compare this to the ranked map, Mint? Because obviously this is your map. You know this best.
Right.
Would you say you had any inspiration specifically?
It's hard to say. I think honestly the biggest inspiration for this was maybe Azisai from last year, map by Lemon Guy. a lot of very complex sort of like slower shield patterns with like bursts and stuff. It's very, very, I would say it's very not straightforward of an LN shield type of thing. It's definitely like encapsulates LN tech. That's how I would describe it, LN tech.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I mean, we are having similar patterns, honestly, to the... I wouldn't say similar patterns necessarily, but a lot of, like, kind of jacky patterns just throughout the map. It's very similar to what I feel like is the biggest thing about the ranked map. And, I mean, we're just seeing them constantly over and over again, and it just makes this map very, very difficult to be able to play very easily. It's a lot of sections where you can easily just take a break, or a lot of 200s as well, even unexpectedly.
Absolutely. And this map is just non-stop for, I think, a solid 2 minutes. It's just this exact type of pattern. It's very, very relentless, honestly. these patterns are really rough, overall. And, like, you expect 147 shields to be not that bad, considering we had, like, 170 BPM shields in round of 32, but like these are really rough. Like you can't underestimate these.
Yeah, and it sounds like, I don't know how the cut is, but it sounds like oh, actually, is this just it of the map? Or did y'all cut the jump stream? No, or not the jump stream, the jump trail? No.
There was a thing earlier. There's one instance of the burst, but yeah.
I see. Well, I would say a decent amount of this map isn't too difficult, but where it's difficult is absolutely absurd. So you gotta stay on your toes the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, with that out of the way, we have LN Tech, and I don't know if just my map pool pill brain talking, but LN4, it's gotta be LN Dump, man. It's gotta be LN Dump. Let's see it. Yeah, we got Fake by Scotty. This one, I don't know how to describe this one. I want to compare it to Weenie Walker from 40M, but honestly, it's very, very different. The way that the pattern, it's a lot like lower in terms of physicality, but the patterns are just so tricky.
It's like tickle mapping, kinda. At least so far from what I've been seeing. It reminds me of tickle a lot.
It's hard to say. I think this is a lot more like flow oriented for sure. It's just very like it's very hard to describe why this as a map is so different from like what the typical LN Dump that we see. Like it's still in the same category, of course, but like it just feels really different somehow. It's very like the accuracy component is just so much more difficult on something like this.
Yeah, I think another big thing in terms of the accuracy component is just how short a lot of these LNs are. And generally with really short LNs, it means that you can kind of like instantly just press up as though you're playing Rice. Though, once it gets so short, it takes a lot of actual raw skill just to be able to press up fast enough to be able to hit that release window on time. And there being so many of them in this map at such not necessarily random, such abundance of like different release timings, it's really weird.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really difficult to really encapsulate that sort of like idea in words. You really just have to play it to feel it, because like it looks so much easier than it actually is.
Yeah, probably physically this map isn't too difficult. It's probably like not too bad to be able to maybe get like a 99%, maybe like a 99.2. But I think anything past like that range, it's going to be very, very difficult to just be able to play, just because, as I've said, the releases is just another level in terms of difficulty. I think it's a hidden talent that not many people have to be able to actually hit these super, super well.
Absolutely, I totally agree with that. Just the fact that these, like, every single release you really have to pay attention to if you want to be able to hold good accuracy on it. The moment you, like, kind of lose focus or, like, it just immediately becomes clear why this map is so difficult. And it's not because of the physicality, of course, it's because all these, like, releases and the way that the map flows, it just very... It's the kind of thing where it's like, it's flow, but it's anti-flow at the same time. And it's just very, very difficult to kind of rationalize that as you're playing.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is probably going to be the map that LN teams, like really, really good LN teams, are going to want to protect. Because it's either, like, you play this and you do alright, or you play this and you do kind of terribly. So I think if you feel like you're doing alright on this map, you're doing a lot better than you think you are.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a really difficult map to really get down and pin down. So it's just this sort of this sort of LN mapping is just completely like it's really difficult to kind of navigate this sort of pick, especially in the context of a tournament, especially in MWC. But with that out of the way, that is LN4. That's all of our LN maps, which means we have nothing left to show you. Oh no. Where is the last map? I forgot what it is. What is it? Oh my god. Is it here? Let me look for it. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. I can't find it. Sun Apple, where'd it go?
How did you lose the tiebreaker?
How did I lose the tiebreaker? Where'd it go? Hey, it's gone.
Wait.
Someone took it.
I think I see something.
Oh, well, what is that? What is it? Where is it?
Emotion controlled. Structure just waiting. I'm feeling faces. Now I know you can't control. Blinded with darkness. Obstructed, tainted. It's my mission. Sorrow. Just but no, I won't. But anymore, your words.
Wow, let me just take a breather from that. That's just a stunning tiebreaker. This was Void Shader by Rintin and Sad Keyboard Guy. This is an Osu original tiebreaker in quarterfinals. Yes, I know. Quite the spectacle of this one. This was mapped by Guden, Mysterion, and Darkstar, aka ODZO. And yeah, this is an Osu original for MWC4K 2025. Let's run the credits for our designers, our lovely, lovely designers. Everyone give us massive shout out to our designers. Shaoraini, Red, CXCA, and Nepura for the illustrations. Alex Dunk for the graphic design. Nafi for the storyboard. Ioka for the video. Sakura 006 for the video and design coordination. And Venerable Nyanta for aesthetic contributor. Just a little bit about the song. It is a sort of sequel, kind of in an unofficial sense. The story is more of a continuation of the semifinals tiebreaker from MWC 7K 2025, Kanamiko's Ruin in Cascade. I would say that the sort of theming, you'll see like a lot of like similarities, and that's definitely like what the design team was going for. for this, especially the sort of story that was given to us by Sad Keyboard Guy and Mintian was very much along those lines. So it was just kind of like a natural sort of progression there. But yeah, I mean, Void Shader. It's Void Shader. What else is there to say, really? I mean, we all saw that map just now. It is quite the behemoth, I have to say, of a map for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to talk about a map with so much aura. It's like, it's kind of overwhelming just because of how much is going on and how cool just the song is itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And aura is definitely the right word for this. And I mean, if this is for quarterfinals, what are we gonna get for the later rounds? It's you never know at this point. It could be anything.
It really could be. I don't know. This map, I'm really, really, really hoping that we see it be shown in a tiebreaker setting because it would be so, so cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see teams on this. It's just gonna be an incredible watch. But I mean, you know, even if not, at least we get a cool song out of it, right? And yeah, with that, I mean, all the schedules are posted on the in the Discord server, all that, etc., etc. You know the drill by this point. Come on, I don't have to spell it out for you every single time. You guys know what to do. It's quarterfinals. This is you gotta pull out the big gun. You know. This is where it's at, and I mean, Mania World Cup 4K is only gonna go up from here. It really is. And I hope everyone enjoys the quarterfinals map pool and looks forward to practicing it this week. And I mean, yeah, I mean, what else more is there to say, really?
I feel like there's one thing that I'm forgetting,
Yeah,
and I
there
may
is
want to
one thing.
spell it out, right?
Yeah, spell it out. Yeah, B-A-N-N-E-R. Hey, we did it! Yay! What does that spell, kids?
Banners! Yes!
Whoa!
Banners!
Banners!
250 each. You can buy as many of them as you want for whatever team you want, and they help support the tournament. Thank
you can
y'all
buy as
so
many as you
much.
want! You can fill up your entire profile with them. It's great.
But yeah, other than that, I got nothing else. Be sure to buy the banner, and thank y'all for having me. I'm excited to come again and see y'all next week.
Absolutely. Thank you all for tuning in. I've been Mint and joined with Sunapple. Signing off.
Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.